Hi, welcome. In this video, I want to show you how to easily create the first project in the C#.NET Core and the WPF. So let's begin. To do that, let's open up the Visual Studio, and after a couple of seconds, everything is ready for me. In this window, I have two options. First, I can come over here and create the new project from here, like this. And after that, we have another method, and it is continue without code or running the Visual Studio directly. So click on it. Both of these are similar methods. So come over here, get inside the file, the new, and the project. In this window, we need to select the project type. We have two options. First, we can search, or we can select by these combo boxes. If I select this, come to the C# because I want to work with the C#. Then I have the platform. I want to work with the Windows. Then the project type. The project type is for the desktop computers. So let's select the desktop. Now I can get access to all of this. And if I take a look, I want to create the WPF project. So this is the old version. And if I take a look, this is the newer version. Or for faster result, I can come over here and search the WPF for faster result. Now I can see a list of available WPF applications. The first one is the most up-to-date version, and the WPF application using the .NET or .NET Core technology. And if you want to work with the older version, you can easily come over here, scroll down, and here I have the older version, and it is the WPF with the .NET framework. The .NET framework is the older version, so you can work with it, or like me, come to the WPF with the .NET or the .NET Core technology. Now let's select this, come to the next. In this window, we need to configure our project. The first step is assigning the name, something like first WPF. The F is uppercase, and also the WPF is uppercase, or the W is uppercase, or even you can add the underscore like this. After that, I have the location. I can easily leave it by default or change it. Then I have the solution. What is the solution? The solution is something like the folder that has one or more projects inside it. So each project should has one solution. By default, I have the solution name over here. I can add some name like SN over here. SN stands for solution name, or you can write anything that you want. Do you want to place your solution in the project in the same directory? No, I don't want to do that. So let's leave it. And my project will be created over here with this name. Now let's come over here and get inside the next step. In this window, I need to select the framework or the engine of the application. By default, it is .NET 7.0 or the newer version in the future. For instance, the .NET 8 or .NET 9 or so on. And also you can select the older version. The question is which one is better? You know what? This is the basic project. So the version of the .NET Core is not important matter. You can select the .NET 7.0 or the newer version or even the older version, no matter and no problem. Now let's create, and after a couple of seconds, my project will be automatically created. Well done, now my project is created. So I have the window over here, the Solution Explorer, and if I select this, close, this window, this one, and this one. Now I haven't any window over here. To do that, come over here, get inside the view. In this window, I have the Solution Explorer. The Solution Explorer is the location for managing the project files and the project itself. So let's select this. In the Solution Explorer, I have all of the required files to work with it, including the window. So if I select the main window, double click on it, Now I can see my empty default window. So this is the designer, and under that I have the XAML codes. All of these codes are generating this window. Later I'll talk about all of this step by step, so no worries and get focused on your learning. And after that, if I take a look in the view, I have another windows like the error list. It's really important. And after that, the output to show the output procedure. So cover here. And finally, I have the properties window to show the properties of the selected elements. Now all of these are ready for me. Let's run and let's see the project. But to do that, we need to come to the build and build the project or rebuild. So at the beginning, I can easily come to the build and rebuild the project. But instead of that, I can come over here and get inside this one, the debug. Or I can come over here, the debug, and start debugging. The debug first will build the project, then run it. And the shortcut is F5. So let's click on the start debugging or press F5. After building the project, it will be executed automatically. So let's see the result. Congratulations, we did it. Now I can see my first WPF project over here. In this step is empty and I haven't anything inside it. No worries, eventually we're gonna learn how to add the different items inside it and how to create the amazing and professional application. Okay, let's close this, and also instead of closing it, you can click on the stop from here or come to the debug and stop debugging like this. Okay, I enjoyed a lot. Now everything is ready for me to start creating the project. It's time consuming, so I'm going to talk about it in the upcoming tutorial. For better learning, go ahead and create your first WPF project. Thanks and thanks goodness. Hi, welcome. In this video, I want to show you how to easily customize the environment of the Visual Studio for better working. So let's begin. Firstly, we talked about how to create the first project in the WPF and the C#.NET Core. So let's begin. Come over here, and the most common window is the Solution Explorer over here. Then if I take a look in the view, and I have the toolbox, and after that the properties window. Now I have the toolbox here. If you click on the auto hide button, then I have the toolbox, the Solution Explorer, and also the properties here. Later I talk about this one by one in depth, so don't worry about anything. And after that, come over here and come to the toolbox. And in the toolbox, I have all of these elements and the controls that I can drag and drop on my window. So if you got this window, don't worry about anything like this. You can easily get inside the Solution Explorer. Double click on the main window. Now I have the main window. And if you lost the toolbox, no worries. Just come over here and come to the view and the toolbox easily and quickly. So come to the toolbox and drag and drop the button on the window like this. If you can see the button in the correct order, don't worry about anything. Before adding it, come to the tools, the options, then get inside the XAML designer and uncheck this checkbox. Use the quadrant space layout. Don't hesitate to uncheck this and click OK. Then you can add the items one by one in the correct format like this. And also I have the combo box over here. Now if I run the application using the F5 or the debug, I can see the result over here. Listen patient. So this is the result, and I can see the new controls and elements over here. Now let's stop. Also in the next step, if you select for instance the button, then you can see the properties over here. Later, I'll talk about the most common properties of the elements one by one. And after that, if I take a look here, for instance, if you select the window is selected. If you select the button, the label, and the combo box. Now let's customize the windows one by one. Suppose I wanna put the toolbox over here in the right side. It's really simple. Just select this and drag and drop over here using these items on the gizmo like this. Now I have the toolbox at the right side. And also you can select this and come over here and put it at the bottom of the properties window over here exactly. Now if you click on this, then I have the toolbox and the properties. So the properties and the toolbox. If you select this and the properties. Suppose I wanna put it out from this location. It's very simple. Just select this and come over here and easily put it over here. For instance, exactly here. And it's done easily and quickly. It's very simple and straightforward. And also it's a really great idea sometimes to put the solution explorer in the right side. So I can select this and drag and drop over here and put it at the top like this. Now I have the solution explorer at the top of my properties window. Everything is available for us easily by drag and drop. So I can come over here and select this and put it out exactly over here. And this is the result, the solution explorer. And also I have the toolbox like this. And after that, I have some toolbox at the top. It's very simple. Right click on the toolbox. Then I have all of these available items. The most common is the debug, the layout, and the standard. So if you select this, uncheck the debug, then the layout, and finally the standard. Now I haven't any toolbar over here. It's very simple. Just get inside the view, then the toolbars, and select one of these, for instance, the debug. Then over here, I can right click and select the next, the layout, and finally I can select the standard. So I can get access to all of this easily and quickly. Well done. Now we learned more about how to customize the appearance of the Visual Studio IDE or the environment. So for better learning, it's a really great idea to start customizing your own Visual Studio. And stay with me with my upcoming tutorial. Thanks and thanks goodness. Hi there, in this video I want to take a deeper look in the different files inside the WPF project. So let's begin. Till now we talked about how to create the first WPF project, and also we learned how to customize the environment of the Visual Studio. In addition, let's take a deeper look at the structure of the WPF project folder. So if I take a look over here, at the top I have the solution. This is my solution, and inside it I have the project. As I mentioned, each solution has one or more project inside it. It's really simple. If I take a look over here, right click on the solution and open folder in File Explorer. So if I take a look, I have the solution. This is my solution folder and the solution file with the SLN extension. And inside it, I have the first WPF. So this is the first WPF project. And if I take a look inside it, I have all of these files over here. These files are exactly like the project. If I take a look, so if I take a look over here, at the top I have the project. So this is the project folder, and I have all of these folders. But I can't see the bin and object here. It means we need to get inside this button, show all files, and click on it. Now I can see the bin, the object, and all of the hidden files. Let's start from the top. At the top I have the dependencies, or all the references that currently are used inside this project, including the analyzers, the frameworks, and inside the frameworks, I can see the Microsoft .NET Core app, and also if I expand that, I can see all of these references that are available to use inside the project. This belongs to the .NET Core or to the Microsoft .NET Core app. And after that, I have the next one. And if I take a look over here, I have the Microsoft Windows Desktop and all of these references that are available for me. In this step, don't worry about this. And for your deeper understanding, I'm going to talk about these matters. So let's collapse that. And after that, I have the imports. And if you take a look in the imports, I have these packages that are installed. Then I have the bin folder, the object. I'll talk about these matters, so no worries. Then I have the app.xaml. If I click on the app.xaml and let's expand this, the app.xaml is the starting point of the application. So over here, I'm gonna assign the starting window or the first window for running. Also, I can add some resources and files over here. So currently my startup URI or currently my startup window is main window. It means if I run the application, the main window will be the first window. So if I take a look, especially so this is the main window. And after that, I have some other files like the assembly info that in this step is not important matter, and also the window. So this is my window and indeed the default window. And after all of this, I have the bin and object folders. So let's select this and dock it over here. If I take a look, the bin is hidden and also the by and also the object. So the bin stands for binary and is the executable file folder. So if I take a look inside this, I can see the first WPF.exe or exe extension. So the first WPF is my project name and you can see it over here. And if you run this directly, then I have the same result like the debugging from the project, and I can see the main window over here. And also if I take a look at the next one, I have the object folder. This is the temporary folder for the Visual Studio itself. Sometimes we can right click on it and delete that, but don't do that in this step. And after that, I have the CS project file, and this is the C# project file for this folder and this project. So don't change anything inside CS project file. And if you right click on it and come to open with and open with the notepad. So we have the readable text like this, but never change it over here and never edit and never delete anything inside it. If you do that, then you can't open your project anymore and you will lose your project entirely. And also I have, if I take a look inside the main window, if I expand that, I have another one and it is the CS and main window.xaml.cs. If you expand that, inside this file, I can write any code that I want. So I have the CS over here. Then I have the XAML like this over here. Now if I expand that like this and get inside the main window, and over here I have the designer. So based on anything that you added over here, you can see the results like this at the designer. So the XAML codes and the designer. The designer will be generated automatically by the XAML codes. Now I have the button, and if you double click on the button, we have the method over here. It means we can write anything that we want inside the braces over here, exactly at this line. So this is the file for writing the C# codes by the programmer and the XAML itself. This is the designer and this is the XAML file and the XAML codes. Okay, I enjoyed it a lot. Now we learned quickly and deeply about the structure of the different files inside the project of the WPF. And for the dependencies and for the imports, we haven't anything over here. So don't worry about anything. Okay, I enjoyed a lot. Now we learned many great tips and tricks. So for your better understanding and deeper understanding, take a look inside your own WPF project. Thanks and thanks goodness. Hi there, in this video I want to take a deeper look in the design and the XAML view and how to customize them. So let's take it. If I take a look over here, I have the designer and the design tab at the bottom here exact. And if I take a look into the next one, it is the XAML. So this is the XAML view and this is the design view. The design view automatically will be generated based on the codes inside the XAML. So this is the codes that will change anything over here in the design view. And here I have the button to replace the location of the views. So if I click over here, now the location of these are replaced. And if I take a look one more time, so it is the original location. And also if I double click on this and like this, double click on the design, now it is full screen and the XAML is full screen also. Over here I have another button and as you see it is expand, and if I click on it, now I have two views, the XAML and also the design view. And also if I double click on the design one more time and if I click over here, so the designer is at the top and the XAML is at the bottom. Also we can change the location like this. In addition, if I change something in the XAML, for instance, let's select the bottom. So this is my bottom, or you can select it directly from here. And I have the content. The content is the text of bottom. So let's write hello. And this is the hello button. As you see, the designer is changed based on the change inside my XAML codes. And also if you select this and resize the button like this or move it, then the codes over here are changed based on my changes in the designer. It means if you change anything in the designer, then the codes will be generated automatically in the XAML. And also if you change anything inside the XAML, then the changes will be reflected in the designer. And after that, I have the zoom combo box here that you can easily change the zoom of your design view like this. For instance, I can select this one or fit all like this. And also we have another zoom combo box here for the XAML itself. In addition, you can hold down the control key on your keyboard and scroll your mouse to zoom in or zoom out like this. And also the same key, hold down the control key on your keyboard and scroll your mouse to zoom in or zoom out like this. It's really simple and straightforward. Zoom in or zoom out, both for the designer and also for the XAML codes. And finally, we have two other buttons over here. If you take a look, horizontal split, and the next one is vertical split, to split the design view and the XAML view in the vertical manner or in the horizontal manner. And also you can come over here and click on this horizontal or vertical. You are completely free to use anything that you want. Well done. Now we learned more about how to customize the XAML and the design view. So for your better understanding, I strongly recommend you to repeat the same structure and the same codes after me. Thanks and thanks goodness. Hi there, in this video I want to take a deeper look in the structure of the XAML. So let's begin. The XAML stands for Extensible Application Markup Language, or the markup language that we can use it to create the extensible applications. So if I take a look over here at the first look, the structure of the XAML is really complex and scary. But don't worry about anything. Indeed, in the back behind, we have the really simple structure. So if I take a look over here inside my application, this is the window, and if I move it up to here and a little bit like this. So at the top I have the window. This is my window, and I have the closing tag here. Then inside it I have the grid, and inside the grid I have all of these elements inside that. So for better and deeper understanding, if I take a look in the image, at the top I have the window. So this is my window from here up to here, and we call it opening tag. So this is the opening tag, starting with the opening tag like this and this one. And also at the bottom I have closing tag or end tag. This is the slash and the window. So if I take a look, this is my window, and inside my window I have the layout control, and it is the grid. So this is opening tag or a start tag. Then I have the closing tag like this. Then inside it I have the button, but in the button I have the different closing tag. So I have the opening tag from here and the closing tag like this. So the opening tag, it starts from here up to here. All of these are opening tag, and the end tag is like this. So if I take a look over here in the XAML and the real world project, top I have the window, from here up to here is starting tag. Then I have the closing tag and the grid. What is the grid? The grid is for controlling the layout of the elements inside it. So if I take a look, the grid has up to 3 items inside it. Also, you can delete, for instance, the combo box or the label, or you can add another button like this over here. And this is the new button, and I want to resize it. Now the new button is added over here. So I have the opening tag and the properties up to here, then the closing tag. And if I take a look, we have the same structure for all of the elements inside the grid. And if I take a deeper look, I have another one. And if I take a look over here, I have the property or attribute, then the value. For instance, the title is main window, or I can change it to the first project or first window like this. Now the first window is available over here. So we call this as the attribute or property, and the value. We have the equals over here. And also we have the same structure for the height equals and 450 the value. So we have the same structure exactly over here. We call the first part as attribute or property, and the second part as the value. So property equals value. Okay, I enjoyed a lot. Now we learned more about the structure of the XAML. After learning the structure, now the XAML is not complex and it's really simple and straightforward. So for deeper understanding and for better understanding, don't hesitate to start working with the structure of the XAML. Thanks and thanks goodness. Hi there, in this video I want to quickly talk about the properties window. So let's take it. Till now we talked about how to create this great and amazing project. In addition, let's select the button, for instance, right click on it, come to the properties. In the properties window we can assign the most common properties and attributes to the selected element or the control. Currently I have selected the button. So you can see the name is button, the type is button, and I can change all of these properties using the properties window. For instance, if I take a look in the brush, expand that, I can easily change the background. So this is the background, and I can change the background. So the result is like this. And also, if I take a look over here, I have the new property that is added, and it is the background. So this is the background that is added to the XAML code. Based on your changes in the properties window, the XAML code will be updated. So you can easily use the properties window to faster and easier changing the properties and attributes of the selected control and the element. And also, if I take a look over here, let's collapse that. In the common, I have, for instance, the content. I can change the content. Hello guys. So this is the hello guys. You can see I have changed the content using the properties window. And also, if I take a look over here, let's auto-edit this. This is my button, and based on my changes, the content is changed automatically. We have many different properties and the attributes that we can use the properties window to change all of them. And also, if I select the window itself, this is the window. So I have selected the window for better results from the XAML code over here. Then I can change the properties of the window itself. You can see the type is window, and I can start changing the properties. For instance, come to the brush and change the back color like this, or I can set it to the white as the default. And also I can change the border brush, foreground, and all of these properties easily and quickly using the properties window. Now if I take a look at the top, I have the search text box. I can easily search anything that I want. For instance, I want to change the back color. This is the back color, and you can see the background is available over here. Or I want to change the title. So this is the title, and I can change the title from this one. So this is the search for faster result. In addition, we have the arrange method. By default, it is category. So I can change the items and the properties by the different categories. Something like the brush, the layout, and also the appearance, the common, and transfer up to the end. Or even I can change this one to the name. So this is the most common, the category and the name. So all of these are arranged based on the name in the alphabetical order. So from the A up to the W. For instance, I can change the title from here. Then I have the background color. If I take a look, the fonts, the font size, and also the background from here easily and quickly. So you can select one of these options and the arrangement. Personally, I prefer to use the category and also the search text box over here. Okay, we learned many great tips and tricks about the properties window. In the next step and upcoming tutorial, I'll show you how to start working with the common properties of the window and how to work with them. It's really practical but time consuming. So let's talk about it in the next tutorial. Now, for your better understanding, it's really great idea to start working with the properties window on your project. Thanks and thanks goodness. Hi there, in this video I want to take a look at the common properties of the window. So let's begin. Till now we talked about how to work with the properties window. In addition, let's start working with the real world example of the properties window. To do that, let's select the window and get inside the properties of it. If I take a look in the common category, this is the common category. So let's expand that. At the beginning, I have the most important property of the window, and it is the title. So you can see the title over here. For instance, this is the first window and first WPF window, like this WPF. window. So the result is over here. If I click over here, great. The first WPF window. And also if I take a look in the help, the about, so we have some text at the top of the about window. And also if I take a look in the tools, the options, then I have the options text at the top. So if you want to show the text at the top of your window, the title is great options for you. And after that, if I take a look at the codes, I have the title that is added here. It is property and the value. You can write it from scratch easily. Let's do it. Write the title. So this is, and press enter. Then the equal and the double quotations will be added automatically. So we can say main window or something like that. Now I have the main window over here. And also if you want to change it, you can select this and delete that and write anything that you want. But don't forget the value should be inside the double quotations after equals. And this is the property or the attribute and equals to the value inside the double quotations. So let's undo this, great. And what about the next one? If I take a look over here in the common, the next one is the cursor. So if you want to work with the cursor, you need to run the properties. We have two types of the properties. The runtime properties that we need to run the application and design time properties that is available while designing it. So currently I'm working with the design properties. So currently I'm working with the design mode. And if I run the application, the result is the runtime. So let's be patient. So this is the runtime mode. Now let's come over here and come to the window itself one more time. And the cursor. The cursor is runtime mode. So come over here and select the hand. Also, you can select anything that you want. But the most common is the hand. Select the hand. The cursor is added over here. Now if I run the application, the cursor over the window will be changed to the hand easily and quickly. Let's be patient. Now as you see, the hand is over the entire window. We call it the cursor of the window. And in the XAML code, we have the cursor, so you can delete that and write the cursor. This is the cursor, press enter. Then select one of these options, for instance, the hand. And if you want to change that, select this, delete, and press the space, or you can sometimes press the Control and space to select from the list. For instance, the hand easily and quickly. And what about the next one? The next one is enabled. So do you want to enable or disable it? If you want to enable the window and everything inside it, don't hesitate to check this checkbox is enabled. In this step, I can easily work with the controls inside the window. For instance, I can work with the buttons. I can easily click on it and work with the combo box. But if I take a look over here, select the window, come to the properties, is enabled, and uncheck this. Then the window color is changed to the gray and everything inside it. So all of these are disabled and I can't work with them anymore. But if I run the application, the result will be better. In this state, I can't work with the button, this, and also the combo box. Because the parent window is disabled, then everything inside the window will be disabled. So come over here and select the window, come to the properties and check the is enabled. And after that, I have the next property and it is the window state. By default, it is normal. Also, I have the minimize and maximize. In the normal mode, if you run the application, the window will be like the designer and will be like the design. If I take a look, let's be patient. So this is the designer window, the same size. And if I come and change the mode, so come over here and the window is set it to the maximize. And this is the maximize. And if I run the application, I can see the window in the maximize size. So let's be patient. It is the maximize window because its mode is because its state is in the maximize mode. And after that, we have the minimize, and this is the minimize. Then if you run the application, the window will be in the minimize state. So let's run. Now my window will be over here at the taskbar, but I can't see it by default because it is minimized. I can click the window and start working with it. Now let's start and set it to the normal. Select the window one more time and set it to the normal, and this is. And after that, I have the window startup, the location and the default location of the window. By default, it is the manual. The most common is the center screen. By default, it is manual. What does it mean? If you run the application, then the window won't be at the center and will be over here. Let's be patient. So this is the default location or the manual location. This is not really great idea. And if I go over here and select the help, then the about, it is at the center vertically and horizontally. And also if I take a look in the tools, the options, the window is vertically at the center and horizontally at the center. So let's search. Let's select the window, come to the properties and window startup. Go over here and set it to the center screen. Now if I run the application, the window will be at the center, horizontally and vertically. So the result is like this, horizontally and vertically at the center. It's really practical and you're gonna use it if you wanna design the professional application. And the next property is show in taskbar. By default, I have the icons over here, and the application that are running, I can identify them by this icon. So if I run the application by default, let's be patient, we have the icon at the taskbar over here. So this is the icon for my application, but we can hide it. Sometimes we need to hide it, so we can do it. For instance, if I come to the help, come to the about, currently I haven't any icon for the about in my taskbar, but for the Visual Studio itself, I have the icon. So if you want to hide the icon for the window, this is not really great for the main window, but for the children window, you can hide the icon. So come over here and show in taskbar, uncheck that. Now if I run the application, then I can't see anymore the icon of the main window. So this is the result. Now I haven't any icon over here, and if I minimize this, my window is invisible. And the best option to get it back is pressing the Alt and Tab on your keyboard like this. Alt and Tab and select your window one more time. But this is not really great idea. So don't forget, if you have only one window, don't set the show in taskbar to false. Don't forget to check the show in taskbar checkbox. And the next property is resize mode. By default, it is can resize. So in the runtime, I can resize my window. I can easily change the width and height of my window using the mouse and the borders. For instance, I can resize the width and the height because the resize is enabled. But I can easily set it false and disable that. So I'll come over here, select the resize mode. Sometimes I need to lock the size of the window. For instance, if I come to the help, and then if I select the about, in this state, I can't resize this window. Or even if I come to the tools and the options, I can't resize this. So in this step, I can easily set the resize mode to false. Come to the resize mode and set it to no resize. Then the entire window will be locked. and if I run the application, then I can't resize the window using the mouse. Let's be patient. Now the window is locked and I can't resize it. So if I come over here, also I have other options. And if I take a look over here, no resize, can minimize. So let's select the can minimize. And this is, now if I run the application, I can see the result. Let's be patient. So this is, now I have the minimize button over here because it is can minimize, but the maximize is disabled and I can't maximize my window because it is can minimize. Now if I take a look in the XAML code over here, so this is the window, come to the XAML code, and I have all of these properties. But for better results and more easier method for watching and observing the properties, I can press the enter and make the properties multi-line. So this is the cursor, the Windows startup location, the resize mode. I can easily change it to resize mode. You can see the resize mode over here. Then select the can resize, the default one. And also I can delete that, press the space, or sometimes the control space, and select the can resize. Also we have the same thing for window startup location. This is the window startup location, and assign the center screen, and this is the center screen. And after that, if I take a look over here, I have the next property, and it is the topmost. You can see the topmost over here. It is true or false. It is something like the is enabled. So if I take a look in the is enabled over here, let's add the is enabled, and it is the true or false. Two states, true or false. We call it Boolean values. So the true means is enabled and check this checkbox, and false means not check and uncheck this checkbox. So by default it is enabled, so we don't need to write this is enabled equals true, and you can delete that because by default is enabled is true. Now I have the next property, and the resize mode can resize. The Windows startup location center screen is enabled true, cursor hand. And after that, if I take a look, come over here, come to the properties, I have the next practical property, and it is topmost. Sometimes I need to show the window at the top of all the windows. For instance, if I right click over here, get inside the task manager, sometimes we need to put the task manager at the top of all the windows. Currently, if you click on the next window like this, as you see, the task manager is at the top and won't be invisible. So if I take a look in the options, I have the always on top. So if I uncheck this and click on the next window like this, then it is at the back of all the windows. We call this state and property as topmost. So always on top or topmost. Then if you set the always on top, you can't hide this window anymore, even by clicking on this window or all the windows. Now let's do it. Currently, if you run the application, let's be patient. If you click on the next window, and this is my window, and if you click on this and lost the focus of this window, then I can't see it anymore and it went to the back of this window. But we can set it as the topmost easily and quickly. I have the topmost. By default it is unchecked. If you check that, then the topmost is true is added over here, and we can write the topmost equals to true. Now if I run the application, I can't send back anymore my window, so it is at the top of all the windows. You can see if I click over here, no, it's not working. And if I run the paint, so my window is at the top of the paint. And also if I run the notepad, so my window is at the top of the notepad, as you see, until I minimize it like this. But by clicking on the next window, I can't send it to back. We call it the topmost. So come over here and stop this and set the topmost to the false like this. The false easily and quickly. Well done. We learned many great tips and tricks about the most common properties of the window in the common category. So for your better understanding and for better learning, don't hesitate to start working with these common properties on your own project. And stay with me with my upcoming tutorial. Thanks and thanks goodness. Hi, welcome. In this video, I want to take a look at the background property of the window. So let's take it. First, we talked about all of these properties and we learned many great tips and tricks about how to work with these properties. Now let's go over here and select the window. In the next step, I have the brush category. So this is the brush category, and inside it, I have the background and also the border brush and then the foreground. And for faster results, let's write the background here, and you can see the background is selected over here. Also, you can select the brush category if you don't want to search anything. In the background, if I take a look, I have all of these tabs. The first one is no brush. So if I select this, then I have the transparent, something like this over here. Indeed, it's not the transparent, it is no brush or it hasn't any brush. So if I take a look over here in the window, I have the background and the value is null or nothing. And after that, if I select the next, the solid color. So in the solid color, I can select the simple color. For instance, I can select this or change it from here and select the green color and also the blue color or anything that I want. Then I have the RGB, red, green, blue, that I can add the number between 0 up to 255 based on my need. And also I can select, for instance, the black color like this, RGB equals to 000, or I select the white is 255 for the R, G, and the B. Then I have the alpha transparency or the transparency over here. So it is up to 100%. You can change it based on your needs. Then based on this, we have the generated hex value. So it is like this. For instance, if I select another color, then I have the background here and the hex color code here. And I can easily, for instance, come to this and change it to something like, for instance, 2 or something like that. Or even I can change this one to number 1, and or I can write F up to here, F, and change the color based on the new code. But it's not necessary to memorize the hex code. If you need to use the custom color, you can easily get inside the designer and select anything that you want, and you can easily use the designer to generate your custom or your own favorite color. Now let's select this and delete that and write the background. This is my background equals. By default, I can select one of these predefined or default colors. For instance, the yellow. This is the yellow or light yellow, yellow green, or green yellow like this. Or you can write the green. Then I have the green and also the dark sea green. You are completely free to select anything that you want. So this is the results. And if you want to add the solid color, this code is for the solid color. you can select the predefined colors, or you can use the hex color from this one. Also, if you expand this, we have the opacity, and you can change it to any number that you want. So this one's about the solid color. Also, I have the next one, and it is the gradient brush. If you select this, you have two colors, and the colors will be generated and the remaining colors will be generated automatically between two colors that you assigned here. So my first color is black. You can see the black over here at the top. Then if I take a look, I have the white here, or I can come over here and select the color up to here, for instance. Or I can come over here and let's select the custom color like this. From here or from the Visual Studio itself, you are completely free to select any color that you want. Let's select the blue color like this. Now my color is between the black up to here, or you can up to here or up to here. It is based on your needs. Then I have the RGB, like the solid color, and also alpha transparency in the selected color. And after that, if I take a look over here, I have the reverse gradient to reverse the colors like this. And you can see it's reversed automatically. Then I have the radial gradient to make it radial, or even you can make it reverse like this. It's really great and amazing. And finally, I have the linear gradient, and this is the linear gradient as the default one, and I can change it like this, or even I can come over here and change it like this one and change it to anything that you want. And this is okay. I enjoyed a lot, and based on your linear gradient, we have all of these options: the window background and the linear gradient brush, and all of these are over here. So let's come to this and select the window background and delete that like this from here up to here. It's really simple and it's straightforward. Now I haven't any linear background. And after that, if I take a look, let's select the solid color, and this is the solid color. And after that, I have the resources color or default colors. So I can select one of these predefined colors from the resource like this and like this one. And we have a list of default colors that we can select one of them, for instance, this one or this one. Then if I take a look over here, I have the background that is from the resources like this up to the end. Or you can easily select this and delete that entirely. Now I haven't any back color on my form. And as I mentioned, you can easily add the background as the solid color and select, for instance, the Azure. And this is the Azure color, or change it from here. And this was about the colors. What about the image? If you want to add the image, it's really simple and straightforward. Just come over here and click on this one, the tile brush. Now it's time to add the image. To do that, first, let's come over here inside the project and inside the Solution Explorer. Now let's come over here and click on the Show All Files. And this is so. Right click on the project itself and add the folder. It's really great idea to add the folder, then put all of your files inside it, like the pics, for instance, or I can add the data. Then inside the data, I have another folder, and it is the pics. Now it's time to add my pics or pictures inside this. So right click over here and add existing items. And here, let's select this and put it to all files and get inside the image folder like this. Now I have 3 images. Select them and come over here. Now I have number 4, 5, and the 6. So let's come over here and get inside the main window. This is my main window. Double click on it, select the window itself. come to the tile brush, and here I have the image source. Click over here and select one of these images inside the data pics folder. For instance, I can select number 4. So the image is selected, or you can select the next, or even the next one. You are completely free to select any image that you want. Then I have the stretch mode, and by default it is fill. Then you can select the uniform. Then you can select the uniform to fill. You are completely free to select one of these options, and by default it is the fill, or you can select the none. Then the full size of image is added over here, and we have the fill, uniform, and uniform to fill. So we have the stretch mode. Let's leave it by default to the fill. Okay, I enjoyed a lot. Now we learned many great tips and tricks about the image of the window. If I take a look over here, I have the window that is added over here, window background, and inside it I have the image brush, the image source, then the stretch mode, and the tile mode. That is none by default. So I have the codes that are generated automatically over here. I can easily select this and delete them entirely. Then my image will be deleted automatically like this one. Or I can paste it back, and then I have the image as the background. And the question is it necessary to memorize all of these XAML codes? No, it's not necessary, because we can get access to this and generate them by using the designer and the design mode and the tools. So don't annoy yourself and try to learn the basics of each state and each code. Then use the designer when you need it for faster and better results. Now let's run the application and let's see the results. Come over here and run it. After a couple of seconds, everything will be done. Wow, what happened? I got the error message. You know what? If you got any unexpected error, don't be disappointed. Just try to find the logical reason of the error. And if I take a look, can't locate resource data pics 4.jpg. Exactly the same thing that I have over here. If I take a look, yes, great. And select the window, I have this image. Let's take a deeper look in the reason of the error. If I come over here and come to this one, open container folder, and get inside the bin and the debug. Now let's get inside the .NET Windows, and this is my executable file, but I haven't any image file. Then the executable file can find any image to assign it to the background of the window. So if I run the application, nothing happened, and yes, nothing happened. Why? Because we need to add the images over here. If I take a look over here inside the application, this means the project folder or executable file folder. In this example is the project folder, so is this one. And if you right click over here and open in the Explorer, then it means this folder. Then inside it I have the data, inside it I have the pics, and I have the images. So I can see the image in the project perfectly and in the correct order. But I can't run it, and I can't run the application. Why? Because we need to add the data, then the pics and the images beside my executable folder, exactly over here beside the executable folder. To do that, we can copy these files from my project over here, or we can make it automatically. It's really simple. Just come over here and select the image, come to the properties. By default, I have the build action to none. Select this and set it to content. Then copy to output directory. Yes, I want to copy to output directory beside my executable file. Copy always, or copy if nowhere. Copy if newer means if you change the image, then copy it, or copy always after each building the application or running the application. Let's say copy if newer. And also the same thing for the next. Come to this copy if newer and the content. Then the next one, come to this and the content like this one. So it's done, and if I save everything and run the application, this is the results. Also, let's get inside the output folder, and this is, wow, what happened? I successfully added the data here. So this is my data folder. Also, my application is running successfully. Why? Because automatically after building the application using the debug, or you can come to the build and rebuild. Then the appropriate files are copied beside my executable file, beside the first WPF.exe, the data, the pics, and I have all of these images. Now if I run the application directly like this, so it's working perfectly. And if I rename the data folder something like this, for instance, data B, and run the application, now I can see application and my application won't be executed. Why? Because we need to add the image beside it. So let's go over here and like this, run the application one more time. So it's running perfectly. Okay, everything is working perfectly. Now it's your turn, and it's time to repeat these steps one by one after me. You know what? Repeating after the class and after the video tutorial is really important part of the learning. You need to repeat, repeat, and repeat. Then you're gonna be the great and amazing programmer. With the best wishes. Thanks for your time. Hi there, in this video I want to show you how to easily assign the border to your window. Also, you can use it for all the controls and the elements. So let's take it. Firstly, we talked about how to work with the background. In addition, we have another one, and it is the border. If I take a look in the brush, we have the border brush, and we have the same thing like the background. So I can come over here and select the solid color and assign the border, but nothing happened. Why? Because we need to assign another property that is inside the appearance, and it is the border thickness. And if I take a look, this is the border thickness. For faster result, I can go over here and write the border. So I have the border brush that defines the color of the border. Then I have the border thickness. So I have the border thickness. I can easily change it. Starting from the left side, then top, then right, then bottom. So the first one is border thickness for the left side, and for instance up to 7. And this is the color of my border. And you can see the results like this. And after that, I have the top border and assign the number 7, or I can assign the number 8. Then for the right side, and number 9, then the bottoms, and it is number 10. And we have something like this. So starting from the left, top, right, and the bottom. So if I take a look over here in the window and the XAML codes and press enter, now I have the border brush. That is the color of my border. Then I have the border thickness. And this is the, if I take a look, is my left, then the top, then the right, and finally the bottom. And if I assign the same thing over here, let's see the results like this. After that, I have up to 4 7s over here. And it's a really great idea to change the color to the black, for instance, and select the black like this. So the result is over here, or even I can come over here and select this color. You are completely free to select anything that you want. And also I can come over here and let's select this one and indent the bottom and assign up to, for instance, 12. So the result is like this. Well done. Now we learned how to assign the border to the window. Also, you can assign the same border or the different border to all the controls and elements. For instance, you can select the button and assign the border to the button. Currently, the button is selected, and you can easily start assigning the border to the button. Or you can select the combo box and assign the border to the combo box. The border is the common property between the different controls and elements. So for better learning, don't hesitate to start adding the border to your project. Thanks and thanks goodness. Hi there, in this video I want to take a deeper look in the font property of the window. So let's take it. Till now we talked about many great and amazing properties of the window. In addition, let's talk about the font property. If you want to assign the font to your window or all the controls inside it, you can get inside the properties and the text category and select the font properties from here up to here. So let's select the window first, and you can see the window is selected here. Then come to the properties, then come to the text, and here I have the font name or font family. By default it is Seagull UI, so you can select one of the all the fonts. For instance, you can select the Arial Black, Arial, or one of these options. You are completely free to select one of these fonts that already are installed on your Windows. Then I have the font size. You can select the font size from here. For instance, you can select the 24 or the 14. Let's select 24 for bigger font. After changing the font of the window, as you see, the font of all the elements like the button and also the label on your window will be increased or decreased based on the font size or font property of the window. Why? Because these elements are the children of the window. So if you change the font of the window, then the font of the children will be changed if you didn't assign the font to one of these elements. So let's come over here, select the window one more time, come to the font and decrease this up to, for instance, 18. Then I have all the options like the bold. If you click on the bold, then the font weight will be changed to the bold. Also, you can change it to all the matters and the options, like for instance the heavy, or you can set it back by unchecking this bold button. So it is bold, and by default, as you see, uncheck, and it is the normal. So if I take a look, I have another one in italic. If you click on this, then the font style will be italic, and you can see the results over here. For better results, I can resize my window and it looks better now. So if I uncheck this, then the font will be normal, and this is for the bold and normal one. Also, we have the font stretch that you need to change it based on your need. For instance, the medium or extra expanded and so on. Let's set it to the normal. Now if I take a look in the properties of the window in the XAML, I can't see anything here. Why? Because these are the default properties. For instance, if I change the font size up to, for instance, 20, and if I take a look over here, let's press enter. Now the font size equals to 20 because this is not the default font size. And also if you click the bold like this, the font weight is bold. You can add this manually from scratch as I mentioned previously. Or if I come over here and change the bold to the heavy, then the heavy is selected over here, and I can press the space or control space sometimes to select one of these options. These are indeed the options in this combo box. So if I select the regular, for instance, This is the regular, and also you can select the normal or something like that. And also if I change the italic, then the font style is italic. Then I can come to this and change the, for instance, font to Century. So this is the font family and it is Century. So I have the font size, the font weight, font style, and font family that are added over here individually. And you can change it from here, or you can change all of them from here in the properties of the window. And as I mentioned, you can use the font property for all the elements. For instance, you can come to the bottom. This is my bottom. And if you select it from here, for instance, or from here, and if you select it from the designer or from the XAML, let's come over here and press enter, and also press enter one more time. Now I can come to the properties and my button is selected and change the font. For instance, let's set it to the Consless, and this is, so the font family is changed to the new font. And also I can change the font size, something like the 16. So the font size is added over here. As you see, the font family and the font size are added to the properties of the button element and over here. And also I have the other font properties that are added to my window, and from here up to this one. Okay, I enjoyed a lot. Now we learned how to work with the font property of the window and all the elements in the WPF. For better learning, don't hesitate to work with the font property in your own application. Thanks, and thanks goodness. Hi there, in this video I want to take a deeper look in the width, height, minimum and maximum width and height. So let's begin. Firstly, we talked about all of these great and amazing properties of the window and some all the controls. So let's go over here and select the window itself. If I take a look over here and search the height or width, or you can get inside the layout, then I have the width and the height. You can change the width and height by the number. By default, it is pixel. So I can write, for instance, 500 pixels. And this is. Or I can change the height up to, for instance, 300. And this is 300. And the width is up to 500. Or even I can increase this number up to 700. So what about the XAML code? In the XAML code, we have the height equals to 300 and width up to 700. For instance, I can come over here and delete the height. It's really simple. Just write the height, then equals to, for instance, 400 pixels, and this is the result. And also the same thing for the width. So you can write it from scratch and say width equals to what? Equals to, for instance, 650, and this is the result. In addition, we have another method, and I can select the window, then from this corner I can resize it. So this is the result, and the XAML codes will be updated based on the size in my designer. Or even I can come over here and select from here and increase or decrease the width up to here, or from here to increase and decrease the height of my window. And the XAML code will be updated, also the codes over here in the properties window. So everything is related together. Now if I expand the layout, so like this, I have more options: minimum width and height, maximum width and height. These are really simple. If I take a look from the minimum width, by default it is 0, so it is infinite. So the minimum height and width by default are 0. It means we can resize the width up to 0, like this, up to 0 pixel. Or I can change the height and decrease it up to 0 pixel, like this. And this is the minimum height and width. And if I change it, for instance, I can set the minimum width up to 300. Then if I resize it, I can't resize and decrease the width lower than the 300 or the minimum width. So I can't resize it and decrease it lower than 300. And if I take a look and change the minimum height to, for instance, 200, then if I resize the height, I can decrease it smaller than the 200. And this is the minimum height. So this is the minimum height and minimum width. Now let's set it to 0 like this, and this one to 0. And after that, I have the maximum width and maximum height. So the maximum width by default is infinity, and maximum height by default is infinity. It means we can change the height and width of the window up to the height and width of the screen or the monitor. But sometimes we need to limit these numbers. So come over here and select the maximum width up to, for instance, 400. Then my maximum available width will be 400. And this is the current width, as you see, up to here. But this is the available or maximum available. So I can't increase the width from this number, from the 400 or the max width. And also we have the same thing for the max height. For instance, if I set it to 500 like this, then come over here, and if I resize it, I can't resize it and I can increase it greater than 500 or the max height. So let's undo and set it to the infinite or the maximum width and height of the monitor or screen of your computer. So don't hesitate to repeat this after me on your project. Thanks and thanks goodness. Hi there, in this video I want to take a look in Hi there, in this video I want to show you how to easily assign the icon for the main window. So let's begin. Previously we talked about many great and practical properties of the window or of the elements. In addition, it's really great idea to assign the icon to the running application or the window. Currently, if I run the application, I have something like this image as the icon. It is the default one, but it's not really practical and amazing. But if I take a look in the Visual Studio, it is good, the browser, the SQL Server, and all the applications. Fortunately, adding the custom image to the window is really simple and straightforward. So stay with me, come over here and install the application, select the window itself. So my window is selected. Come to the common. In the common, previously we talked about most of these properties. I have the icon. So in the icon, I can select one of the existing images, for instance, this or this. But if I take a look at my images over here in the Solution Explorer, currently these are really big images. And if I right click over here, get inside the folder, these images are really big one and is not really appropriate. So if I right click over here, get inside the properties and the details, it is up to 1150 in 767 pixels. So it's really big one. Instead of using this, we're gonna use the smaller images. Fortunately, we can download it from the internet. So let's open up the Chrome and get inside the iconfinder.com and search for the save. So I have the save icons over here. You know what? The icon finder is one of the best options and websites if you need to download the high quality images, even if free or paid images. So let's come over here and select the free because I want to get the free icons and search the save. So I have this image, I love it, and click on it. It is free. And I can come to the biggest available image size, 512 pixels, and download the PNG format. So my image is downloaded, and if I take a look over here, and this is my image, save.png. It's really a small one, and if I copy the path, come to the Visual Studio, right click on the Pix folder and add existing item. Get inside the folder, and this is the folder. So select this and assign to all files. Currently, I have two extensions, the ICO and PNG. I want to work with the PNG format. So let's select the PNG and add it. Add to the Visual Studio. And as I mentioned previously, select this like the previous images and set it to content and copy if newer. So let's select save, and let's select the content. Then set it to copy if newer, to copy beside the executable file. First, we talked about this matter. Now, if I save everything and if I run the application, I can see the result. But in the next step, we need to assign it to the window. Currently, we didn't do that. So let's see the result. As you see, my icon is default, but if I come over here, open the containing folder, get inside the bin, then the debug, then this, and data pics. As you see, the new icon is added over here, and the only thing I need is assigning it to the main window. So come over here and let's select the window, get inside the common and the icon. The icon is this one, data pics. And after selecting that, if I come over here and run the application, I can see the amazing and great result. Let's be patient. Congratulations, now my icon is added over here, and also I can see it in the taskbar of my Windows. It means everything is done. And also, if I take a look in the XAML codes, come over here and press enter here. I have the icon tag that is added over here, and also the path to my icon. Up to here means the project folder or the executable file folder. It means here or the executable file folder. Data, pics, save. The data, the pics, and the save. So it's done. Now it is your turn. Go ahead and start working with the icon of your window and stay with me with my next amazing upcoming tutorial. Thanks, and thanks goodness. Hi there, in this video I want to show you how to easily switch the application between the right to left languages to the left right languages or vice versa. So let's begin. By default, the language of the application is left to right. So I have the control boxes at the top, and also I have the icon over here at the left and the title over here at the left. And also my buttons are aligned from the left to right. But sometimes for the right to left languages, something like the Arabic or Persian, we need to reverse this step. To do that, we have really great and simple property, and it is flow direction. If I take a look and select the window, come to the layout and expand that. Over here, I have the flow direction. By default, it is for the left-right languages like the English, French, German, and all the left-right languages. Let's set it to the right to left. After doing that, as you see, my buttons are aligned from the right to the left. And also, if I run the application, I can see all the differences. So the result is like this. I have the icon and the title at the right side and the control boxes at the left side. Also, my icons are arranged from the right side to the left side. So if I take a look in the Google Translate, and this is right hello world, and this is hello world or
مرحبا بالعالمي.
Now let's copy, and this is the Arabic marhaban bil alami, and come over here and select this button, come to the properties, change it, or we can directly change its text and paste it over here. This is marhaban bil alam. So if I save everything, now my application is ready to work with the right to left languages like this, easily and quickly. Now if I select the come to window and select that, come to the properties and change the flow direction to the left right. But everything is reversed, including the text over here. So no worries. Just close this and open it from scratch one more time. And everything looks like this. So if you want to work with the right to left languages, don't hesitate to select your window and change the flow direction. Also, we have the same setting for the buttons or other controls. For instance, I can select this and come to the properties and set the flow direction of my button to the right to left. Then this will be compatible with the right to left languages, something like the Arabic, easily and quickly. Okay, I enjoyed a lot. Now we learned how to work with the flow direction to make applications for the right to left languages. Okay, I enjoyed a lot. Now we learned how to create the applications that are compatible with the right to left languages using the flow direction. So don't hesitate to change your applications and start using the flow direction. Thanks and thanks goodness. Hi there, in this video I want to show you how to easily show and hide the elements or the window by the visibility property. So let's see. If I take a look on my window and get inside the appearance, I have the visibility over here to show and hide the entire window. Or even if I select the button, sometimes we need to hide the button. To do that, I have the appearance category, then the visibility. Or you can write the visibility in the search bar for faster result. So this is the visibility. By default, it is visible. You can change it to hidden. So this is hidden. Now I can't see my button anymore. And if I take a look in the properties, it is visibility that is added here and hidden. I need to change it to the visible. So this is the most common is visible and hidden. In addition, if I take a look in the window, we have the same property. Sometimes we need to hide the entire window. So we need to set the visibility to the hidden. Then my entire window will be hidden. And if I take a look over here, it is hidden. Now in this state, if I run the application, I can see the result patient. So my application is running, but I can't see anything over here in my task manager. So if I right click over here and get inside the task manager, so come over here and here inside the Visual Studio, I can expand that and I have the first WPF. So this is the result, the first WPF application. But the main window is invisible and I can't see it anymore. To prevent something like this problem, I can come to the window and select the visibility and set it to the visible. So this is the visible. And if I run the application, I can see the amazing and great result. Let's be patient. Now my window is visible and I can see it in the task bar. So it is added over here and I can see my window easily and quickly. Well done. Now it's your turn. Go ahead and start working with the visibility. And don't forget, you can use the visibility with the elements inside the window or even with the window itself. Thanks and thanks goodness. Hi there, in this video I want to quickly talk about how to start working with the most common element in the WPF, and it is the grid element and how to work with it. So let's take it. Till now we talked about how to work with the window and its common properties and also how to work with the common properties of all the elements like the button or the label. In addition, let's start working with the grid element. As you see over here, the grid is the most famous layout manager and layout managing element. So at least each window should has one grid element, and all of the other controls and elements should be inside the grid. So if I take a look at the structure of the XAML, as you see over here, I have the window. This is my window and the closing tag. Then directly inside the window, I have another element, and it is the grid. And this is the closing tag of my grid. So all the elements should be inside the grid. It means at least we should have up to one grid element in any window that we want to work with it. Also, we can work with all the layouts managing tools, something like the stack layout or other layouts. But currently, I want to work with only the grid layout system. So let's start and let's begin. Come over here and come to this one. And as you see over here, I have the grid, the starting tag, and the closing tag. And everything should be inside it. Now, if I select the grid and collapse that, you can see the grid something like this. Then I have the window. Let's full screen the XAML grid. Now I have the window. Then inside it, I have the grid. And inside the grid, I have everything that I need. I can easily come over here and delete everything inside my grid like this up to here. Now I have only one grid inside the window. So if I take a look over here and let's reverse it like this. As you see, if I take a look, the grid hasn't any kind of appearance and interface here. We're gonna use it for arranging the items or for controlling the layout of the items. Adding the grid is really simple and straightforward. Just come over here and write the grid. This is my grid, and close the tag and press enter. You can use this method, or you can come to the toolbox and find the grid, drag and drop over here inside your window. So this is opening tag and closing tag because we haven't anything inside the grid. And the question is if it's necessary to add the grid. Yes, it is necessary. And what will happen if we haven't the grid on the window? Let's delete that and come to the toolbox and select the button, for instance, and drag and drop the button on the window. So my button is added directly inside the window. So if I select the button and resize it like this, let's resize it, great. But I can't move my button. It means that I haven't the grid, so I can't move the button inside the window directly. But if you delete the button and add the grid like this, and we can easily convert this to the closing tag like this one. Now if I add the button, so this is my button, and if I take a look, great, and this is my button, but it hasn't anything inside because we need to add the content to that policy. We talked about the content and how we can add it. The content is the text of the button, so let's write hi, and this is the hi, and after that it is filled entirely inside my grid. It's really simple. Just come over here and add the height. So this is the height. I can easily say, for instance, 60. Also, we can add the width. So this is the width up to, for instance, 100. So this is my button. Now I can take my button and move it everywhere that I want. But it is inside the grid control. And if I take a look over here, for instance, I can copy this and paste it over here. Now I can move this, and this is, now I have two buttons, the first one and the second one. And this is the power of the grid. But the overall structure of the buttons, including the location, is controlled by the grid system. Indeed, I'm moving the button inside the grid itself. not the window. So this is the reality of the layout managing element. And after that, if I select the grid and come to the properties over here, I have the common properties that we can use, something like the window to the grid. For instance, I can come to the brush and select the background and select this and assign the back color to my grid control and the element. And after that, if I take a look in the common, I have other one, for instance, like the cursor, that I can change the cursor. First, we talked about this. And also we can enable or disable the entire grid. So if you disable the grid control, then everything inside it will be disabled, as you see like this. Now if I come over here and let's select this, great, it looks better now. And if I check this, so everything will be enabled inside it. Previously we talked about this matter. Also, I have other options, and for instance, I can get inside the layout and I have the minimum width, minimum height, max width, max height, also the height and the width. Both of these are auto. It means it fills entirely inside the window. But the most common and the most important properties of the grid are the column definition, then the row definition. These are used to locate the elements inside the grid control. In this step, it is not necessary to learn the row definition or the column definition. So this was the quick introduction of the grid. Go ahead and start working with it inside your project. Thanks and thanks goodness. Hi there, in this video I want to quickly talk about the common properties of the window and how to start with it. So let's begin. First we talked about the window and also the grid. So the next item and the next element in the toolbox is the button. The button is really one of the most important and one of the most famous elements in the WPF for creating the applications. For instance, if I come over here and get inside the help, come to the about, here I have the copy info, system info, then the OK, and also if I come to the tools, I have the options, and here I have the OK and cancel button. So it's really important part of designing the professional application. Firstly, we talked about how to add the button. So let's select this and delete that. Now I have only the grid that has the white background. It's time to add the button. It's really simple. Just come over here, come to the toolbox and add it from here. Drag and drop on the designer like this. So this is one method. The second method is adding it directly to the XAML like this. But if you want to add it to the XAML, you need to assign all of these properties manually, and it's time consuming, so let's select that. And in the next step, I have added the button, and you can see it over here. But if I take a look on the button, currently the border is not located in the correct location. It is because of the borders that currently I have assigned to the window. So to fix this problem, I can easily get inside the window properties, and if I take a look here, I have the border thickness and the border brush. Let's select that easily and quickly. Now if I select the button, then the border is at the correct location. So if I take a look over here, let's press enter here for better result. Now I have some default properties. The most common is the name that we're going to add it. As I mentioned, you can use the properties window to assign the name property, or you can add it directly here. If I take a look, I have the name here, the button, and after that I have the content. You can see the content over here, and it is indeed the text of the button content, and write anything that you want, for instance the save. Or if I take a look over here about, I have, for instance, the copy info. So I can come over here and write copy info. You are completely free to write anything that you need. So this is the copy info. Also, I can easily come over here and resize it. Then based on your changes, the height and width will be added here. So I have the height and the width. Later in my upcoming tutorials, I'll talk more about the margin and also horizontal and vertical alignment. So don't worry about these properties. Now I have the width and the height that are added over here automatically based on the designer. Also, you can delete this and add them manually. Previously, we talked about this matter in the common properties of the window. And now let's select the button, come to the properties, and at the top, let's see the most common properties. So at the top, if I take a look, I have the background. You can see the background, something like this. You can easily change it to any color that you want from all of this, or even you can add the image to that. You are completely free. For instance, I can set it to this color, and after that, I have the gradient color and everything that I need is available for me. First, we talked about this matter, and after that I have the border brush. So this is the border brush, and you can change the border brush. Also, after assigning the border brush, as I mentioned, you need to add, this is the border, add in the appearance category the border thickness. So the border thickness is really important. Currently it is number 1, or I can increase this number up to, for instance, 10 for the right, and also for the left side up to 10 number. So it looks better. And from here I can change the color. Now this was about the background and also border brush. Then I have the foreground. The foreground is the color of the text. Currently it is black. So if I take a look over here, it is black. I can change it, for instance, to this color, or I can set it to the blue or any other color that I want. We are completely free to select any color that we need. So this one's about the background. Also, you can use the remaining items like the gradient and also the image and so on. So this was about the brush and how to add the background, the border brush, and the foreground. In addition, we have the next category, and it is the layout. We have the width, that is this number, and also the height, this number. You can easily assign it from here, or you can come to this version, great, and assign it directly from the XAML codes. I mean, this part and this part. Also, I have the background that is added here, and the border thickness. Then the border color is default, so it is something like this. Also, you can change it, no worries. We can easily come over here, select the border brush and change it, for instance, to this color. Then the border brush is added over here easily and quickly, or darker color, it looks better. And after that, if I take a look, I have the, come to the next one, I have the minimum width and minimum height, also maximum width and maximum height. First, we talked about this matter in the window. So currently, I assume that you watched my previous tutorial about the common properties of the window. If you didn't do that, don't hesitate to watch the previous tutorials for deeper understanding. Then get inside this video and continue learning. And after that, if I take a look over here, I have the padding. The padding is the space between the text and the border. I have 4 padding starting from the left, so the space between the left side and the text from here up to here. We can increase this number, for instance, like this, or we can decrease this number like this. By default, it is number 1. So this is the number 1. Let's be patient and great. Also, the next one is the top padding. So the space between the top of the text up to the top border. So if I take a look, you can see it's increasing and decreasing this number. Also, the next one is the right side or right padding, the space between the right side and the right border of the button. So we can change it like this. And finally, I have the button padding, the space between the bottom of the text and the bottom border. So I can change it like the previous one easily and quickly. And after this, I have the horizontal content align, to align the text horizontally. For instance, I can set it, if I take a look, to the left side, to the center, and to the right side like this. And if I resize it a little bit like this, it looks better. The right side, the center, and the left side. Or you can set it to the center. In addition, we have the vertical content align. To align the content or the text vertically, by default it is center. You can set to the top or to the bottom and also to the center. You are completely free to select one of these options. And if you want to work with the right to left languages, don't hesitate to set the flow direction to the right to left languages. Then you can start writing the right to left texts inside this in the correct format and correct order. So let's come over here. I want to work with the left to right languages like the English. So let's select the left to right. And don't forget, if you want to work with the Arabic language or Persian language, then the flow direction should be in the right to left. Otherwise, select the left to right. Okay, I enjoyed a lot. Now, if I scroll down, I have the text, and inside the text, I have all of these options. But don't forget, first we talked about this matter, get inside the font and start changing the font size, the bold, the italic, and the font size. For instance, I want to make it bold. Don't hesitate to press the bold or the font weight up to the bold. Or I can set the heavy like this. Or I can set it to something else, extra light like this, or extra bold if I ultra bold in this is the ultra bold. So we have all of these options like the window that you can assign it to the button. And also we have the visibility to show and hide the button. For instance, if I set it to the hidden, now I haven't the button available over here, but you can see the button is added here. It means if I take a look, let's be patient and come over here, the visibility, I can easily come over here and set the visibility to the visible like this. So I can see it after assigning the visible to the visibility property. And after that, if I take a look in the common, I have the content, the most common property, the content. So you can assign the content. Also, I have the cursor that you can assign to better one, for instance, the hand. But you can't see the selected cursor until you run the application, because the cursor property is the runtime property. It means you need to run the application. Then while running the application, you can see the affected property like the cursor. So let's be patient. Now it's done and my cursor is something like this, but the cursor of my window also is the hand. Let's change it to the normal one. To do that, come over here and select the window, and here I have the cursor. Let's find the cursor here, and or I can come over here and select, yes, I find it, and this is the hand. I can easily delete that to assign the default one. Now if I run the application, I can see better the result. So it's done. Now my cursor changed to the hand and the normal and the hand easily and quickly. So I'll come over here and come to this and select my button over here. In addition, we have something like this over here. The window is my parent or root element. Then I have the background, then that is inside the window. Then I have the grid, and inside the grid I have the button. All of these are the children of the window. So if I come over here, come to the properties and get inside the next one. The next one, if I take a look over here, is enable, to enable or disable the button. Now let's come over here and select the button. Then we need to be sure that the button is selected from here. The type is button. So if I scroll down, I have the next one, and it is enabled. So is enabled. And if you uncheck this, then the button is disabled and my user can't click on this anymore because it's locked or it is the disabled button. Let's run the application because it is the runtime property. And currently my button is disabled and I can't work with it, and my cursor won't be changed because it is disabled. And if I take a look in the properties, I have the is enabled, that I can set it back to the true like this. It's really simple and it's straightforward. So let's select the button one more time, come to the properties, and which one is, and indeed the is enabled. You can check this or uncheck this one. Well done. Now we learned the most common properties of the button, and as I mentioned previously, most of these properties are common between the different elements. For instance, the border brush, the border color, the text color, all of these are available for other elements, like for instance the checkbox, the combo box, the label, the text box, and so on. So the only thing you need is memorizing these common properties between the different elements in the WPF for faster results and faster learning. Okay, I enjoyed. Now it's a really great idea to open up your project and start repeating after me and start working with the button in your own project. Thanks and thanks goodness. Hi, welcome. In this video, I want to quickly talk about how to start working with the label element in the WPF. So let's begin. Before talking about the label, let's take a quick look about its applications and its usage. So come over here, get inside the help, and if I take a look in the about, indeed the label is the most famous and the most common element between the different applications. For instance, all of these are labels. Everywhere that you want to show the text to the user, you can use the label. So come over here and come to, for instance, the tools, the options in the Visual Studio. So this is the label, the next one is label, and also this one and this. All of these are the labels. And if I take a look, for instance, in the database tools, over here I have the label. Over here I haven't any label, so let's select the next one. And here I have the label at the top, and this is also the label. And if I take a look into another free and open source application like the Audacity, so this is the Audacity, and if I take a look over here, I have the label, you can see at the bottom, and this is the label. And if I come to the effect, for instance, and get inside the pitch and tempo, so this is the label, and this is the label. The next one, this is also label, this, and this one, this, and this, and this one also, this one. So the label is really important part of application designing. As the result, let's start working with it in the Visual Studio and the WPF project. Come to the toolbox and say hello to the label. This is the label. Easily drag and drop on your window. So the label is added over here successfully. If I take a look over here, let's version great. The most common property of the label is the content. So the content is the text to be visible to my user. For instance, I can say username or first name. First name. Now I have the first name over here. That's I want to show to my user. I can come over here and also let's copy this and paste it here and move it at the top. Also, I can add another one. For instance, this is the first name. Let's write help or more info. So this is the more info, and I can come to the properties. Let's just start. The first one is the name, that we can add the unique name for the label on my window. The name should be unique inside this window. But then I have the brush. I can come over here and assign the background. By default, it is the white. Also, you can select, for instance, the green like this, or if I take a look, something like this. Then I have other options like the gradient, the image, and the resources, colors. Come to the border brush and click on the solid color, and like this. If I take a look, then don't hesitate to get inside the appearance and the border thickness up to 1 unit like this and this one. Now I can easily resize it up to here, and suppose I want to put it at the top of my window over here. So this is the result. Then I have the foreground or text color, and by default it is black. Also you can change it to the red for better appearance. Now I have the brush, and after that I have the, if I take a look, the layout. If I click on the layout, I have the width and the height. The height is automatic and will be available and will be calculated based on the text inside the label, and also its padding and the margin and some other matters. So we have the width and height. Previously we talked about this matter. And after that, if I take a look, I have the minimum height and width, also maximum height and width. We talked about this. Then I have the horizontal content alignment. By default it is left. Then we can set it to the center or the right. Let's set it to the center. Also, I have the vertical content alignment. For better understanding, if I resize it like this, currently it is at the top. So I can set it to the center or to the bottom. Let's set it to the center and it looks better now. And set it up to here. And after that, I have the follow direction. If you want to work with the right to left languages like the Persian or Arabic, don't hesitate to select the right to left. I want to work with the English, so it is left to right language. So let's select the follow direction as left to right or LTR. Then I have the padding, the space between the text and the borders. So I have the left padding and you can change it. Also, I have the next one is the top. So the paddings are starting from the left, the top, right, and the bottom. The next one is the top. So let's change it first. It's like this. Then I have the right. I can change it, and also the bottom. I can change it to anything that I want. Then if I scroll down, I have the text. So this is the text, and inside the text I can change the font property and other features of the font, including the size of font, the bold or the italic. First, we talked about all of this in the properties of the window. Then if I take a look, I have the appearance inside it. I have the visibility to show and hide the label. If I set it to the hidden, then it is invisible and I need to get inside the label. And if I take a look, let's be patient, go over here, and after all of this, great. It is the visibility. I can set it to the visible like this, the visible. Now it's back. And after that, if I take a look, I have the border thickness. That's, I talked about it. And inside the common, I have all the matters like is enabled. Is enabled is not practical in the label because the label always is disabled and we can write anything inside the label. The label is only to show the text or information to the user. So it's not really practical to disable that. Now let's set it to the default is enabled. Also, I have the tooltip to show more information about the label. For instance, more info about this window. But we need to run the application to see the tooltip. So if I run the application, let's be patient. So if I hover on this, then I can see the more information, more info about this window. This is the tooltip. Also, we can use the tooltip for the other controls and the elements like the label. This is the label, and if I get inside the button and come to the properties, and if I take a look, or for faster result, I can search it the tooltip here. This is the tooltip, and I can write, for instance, show more info. And now if I run the application, I can see the result. As I mentioned, most of these properties are common between different elements. It means we don't need to memorize a lot of the properties because most of them are common between the different elements. So they show more info after a couple of seconds while I'm hovering on the button. Okay, now everything looks amazing and great. So open up your project and start working with the label. And also, it's a really great idea to download and install the Audacity. This is the Audacity. So this is Audacity, and start working with it to learn more about the usages of the label and all the controls in the upcoming tutorials. Thanks and thanks goodness. Hi, welcome. In this video, I want to take a quick look at the common properties of Textbox and its usage. So let's begin. First, we talked about the label and how to work with it. And also we talked about the usage of the button and its common properties. In addition, we have another one, and it is the text box. For better understanding, if I take a look in the Audacity over here, select one part of the audio, then come to the effect and conversions to pitch and tempo and change pitch. Over here, I have the text box. The text box is indeed the element for entering the text or some value to it. So this is the text box, and the text box over here from this number up to this number. Also, the percent is available over here. Then I have the semitones. I can easily change it from this one. Indeed, this is the label, then the text box, label, the text box, the label. So the label and the text box and also the button are indeed the most common elements of designing the professional application in the WPF. And also, if I come over here, come to the effect one more time, versus to volume and amplify. Over here, I have another text box to enter the amplification, and also the next one to amplitude. So this is the label, the text box, the label, the text box, and the buttons. So let's start working with this great and practical element. Come over here and say hello Visual Studio. This is my Visual Studio. Come to the properties and drag and drop the text box. This is the text box. Drag on the window like this. My text box is added over here. It's a really great idea to change the back color of the window or the grid. If I take a look over here, I have the grid with the white background. So I can change it, or I can delete this entirely and assign the back color to my window. This is my window and this is the background. Now my text box is looking better, but personally I prefer to change the back color of the window to something better like this, and it looks better, I think. Now my text is visible better, and if I select the text box and zoom in for better result, great. If you can't see the grid over here, no worries, easily come over here and come to this button, and you can see the hide snap grid like this, or show and hide the grid easily and quickly. And also I have the snap to grid, to snap to the grid. Then I have the back color as the black like this one over here, and after that I have the next one, and it is the snap lines. So if you select the snap line and move versus this one, then we have the red snap lines for better aligning of the cuts. I mean these red snap lines for better aligning, or even you can disable that, but I personally prefer to use them. Now let's uncheck the back color, and also everything is better now. So let's zoom in and come over here. Now I have the text box, and if I take a look at the top, I have the background. I can easily change the background of the text box. By default, it is white, and in most cases, the white is the best color for the background of the text box. But sometimes we want to change it. For instance, if I come to the help, then the about, this is the text box, but as I see, it hasn't the specific back color, and back color of this text box is like the window back color, so I can identify this as the text box. But indeed this is the text box because we can select the text inside it. But the next one, this is the label, because I can select anything inside it. So it's a really great idea to set the back color of the text box to the white. Now if I take a look over here, I have the border brush, so I can change it to anything that I want. But don't forget, if you assign the border brush, don't hesitate to set the border thickness, and border thickness is inside the appearance. So you can change it like this. And also if I take a look like this, let's do it up to number 1. This is the border brush. Then I have the caret brush. The caret brush is the color of the blinking cursor inside the text box. For instance, if I come over here and run the application, so if I click over here, I have the blinking caret or blinking cursor at the end of the text. We call it the caret. We can easily change the format and the brush of the caret. If I select the text box, come to the properties, at the top I have the name for my text box, so it's text box. Also it is the text box. And if I take a look over here, and as you see, I have the window, inside it I have the grid, then the bottom label, all of these are inside the grid. So if I take a look over here, this is my text box, and there's the caret brush. I can change it versus to the green color like this. This is the green color, and if I run the application, I can see the green caret at the text box and inside the text box indeed. So if I click over here, now it is green, and this is the green color. It is completely obvious. Now let's go over here and select this one more time. And also if I take a look at the properties in the XAML, you can see the border thickness, the caret brush. So I can change it from here. For instance, you can select any color that you want, or use this one to change it to this color, for instance, a little bit darker. Then I have the text color or the foreground. I can change it to, for instance, the red. Then the red is available over here. And after that, I have the selection brush to change the selected text. That is completely obvious. And if I scroll down, let's talk about the next property, and it is the width and the height. So we have the width and the height like all the elements as I mentioned in my previous tutorials. So I have the next one, and this is the foreground that is added automatically. And after that, if I scroll down, I have the minimum width and minimum height, also maximum width and maximum height, like the window and all the elements. Then I have the horizontal content alignment. To align the content horizontally, by default it is the left, then I can set it to center or to the right. You can select the appropriate one based on your need. Let's select the left side. Then I have the vertical content align. If you resize the label, by default it is at the top. You can see the top. Then you can select the center vertically and bottom vertically. Let's set it to the top vertically, and this is. And after that, I have the flow direction. As I mentioned previously, if you want to work with the right to left languages, don't hesitate to set it to the right to left for the Arabic and also the Persian language. In this example, I want to work with the left to right languages like the English. So let's set it to the left to right, or LTR. And after that, I have the horizontal scroll bar visible or visibility to show or hide the horizontal scroll bar. Currently, it is nothing and it is hidden over here. If I set it to the auto or the visible, but I can see the horizontal scroll bar. Why? Because we need to change another matter. And if I take a look over here, scroll down, it is the text wrapping. If you wanna show the horizontal scroll bar, don't hesitate to set the text wrapping to the no wrap. Wrap means multi-line. Wrap means multi-line. No wrap means the single line. So let's select the no wrap. So this is no wrap. Then my horizontal scroll bar is visible over here. It means I can write only one line of the text inside this text box because the horizontal scroll bar is visible. Now let's come over here and set it to the multi-line. This is so it is the wrap, and scroll up. At the next step, I have the vertical scroll bar visible. By default, it is hidden, and I can set it to the auto or the visible. So the visible is always visible, but the auto is automatic. And if I come over here and run the application, I can see the result better. Now my vertical scroll bar visibility is automatic, and I can write the text. For instance, let's type something inside it, and now this is multi-line, and I have the vertical scroll bar. But in this example, I can't press enter, and my enter for generating the new line is not working. So let's come over here and let's come to this, select this one, come to the properties. After a couple of seconds, great. I scroll down, I'm over here, the vertical scroll bar. This on the auto. Then I have the accept return. It means press enter or allow to press enter. This is accept return. Now I can press the enter to generate the new line and write inside the new line. Let's be patient. Now press enter, and the new line is generated like this. So don't hesitate to set two properties. The first one is if I take a look over here, the text wrapping, and also the vertical scroll bar visibility, and then the accept return. Also, you can set the vertical scroll bar visibility to always, and if I take a look, currently it is auto. You can set it to visible, then the scroll bar always is visible like this, but this is not really practical, and it's better to set it to the auto or automatic. Then if I scroll down, I have the character casing. By default it is normal, so I can write the uppercase and lowercase, but you can set it to the lower, then everything will be in the lowercase. And if I come over here, let's come to the first and run the application. This is the lowercase. You can see the lowercase is over here. Now if I write anything inside it, like this is lower, and let's write uppercase, but I can't write anything inside it. For instance, if I come over here and generate the new and the text document, and inside it, now let's open this and write something inside it. Hello in the uppercase like this. Copy and paste it inside the Visual Studio or in the application. So it is the lowercase because we set the character casing to the lower. It means anything you want to write inside the text box will be in the lowercase, not the normal. So we have the normal, lower, and upper. The upper will be always the uppercase, even if you write the lowercase. So let's select the normal. And also I have the font stretch, font style, and font weight, and including the bold over here and underline, or the italic, or the font name, the font size. All of these are available for me to assign to the font property and font family of my text box. Then I have the is read only. By default it is unchecked, and it is indeed the false. Is read only is something like disabling the text box or locking it. You can click on it, you can select the text, but you can't write anything inside it. So if I check this checkbox, and now let's say the read only text box. In the read only text box, you can't write anything inside it. For instance, I can select, but I can't write. Currently I'm writing on my keyboard, but nothing happened over here because it is locked. And if you want to lock your text box, you need to set is read only to true. By default it is false, so let's set it to false like this easily and quickly. Now let's scroll down, and here is undo enabled to undo inside your text box using the Control Z. So by default it is checked. It means you can undo inside your text box. It's really simple and straightforward. Max length, the maximum number of characters that you can write inside your text box. By default it is 0, so it is infinite. And if I write, for instance, 5, then you can't write the text greater than 5 characters. So if I come over here, let's say the result. Now if I write, for instance, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, I can write only up to 5 and 5 characters. So come over here, and this is really great when you wanna limit the number of characters, for instance, for the password text box. So let's select this, and for instance up to 50 characters. Now come to the properties and scroll down up to the next one. Also we have the maximum lines and minimum lines to identify the maximum available lines. By default the minimum is 1 and maximum is up to 2 billion. Then I have the text wrapping to make the multi-line. Wrap means multi-line. No wrap means single line, as I mentioned previously. And after that, I have the visibility to show and hide the text box, as I mentioned. And then I have the border thickness, and we talked about this matter many times. Then if I scroll down, I have the text. So this is the text box. Let's say the name. And this is the name. And also you can see the name over here. Then I have the cursor. So you can change the cursor to something like the hand. But changing the cursor to hand is not really a great idea for the text box, and it's really great to leave it by default. And the undo limit, the number of undo steps that we can use to undo the operations by pressing the Ctrl C on the text box. So by default it is up to 100 steps. So if I run the application, let's be patient and let's see the result. So let's write something inside it like this. Now let's press the Ctrl and Z on my keyboard. So up to 100 step I can undo the changes. And if you wanna use the undo, don't hesitate to enable the undo. So come over here, and if I write the undo here, and we have the is undo enabled, don't hesitate to check it in the text category. So let's scroll down, and if I take a look over here, I'm on the visibility, then the text, undo limit, and the cursor. Then I have the is enabled to enable or disable the text box. If you disable the text box, then the back color of it will be changed to the dimmer color. Then the user can't do anything with the text, and if I run the application, I can see the result situation. So my text box is completely disabled and I can't do anything. Even I can't select the text or I can click inside it. So everything is disabled. By the is enabled, if you set it to the false, let's set it to true, and this is the result. Now it is enabled. And if I scroll down, let's see the remaining properties. And finally, I have the tooltip to show more information. For instance, enter the name. And this is the last one in it. First, we talked about the tooltip and how to use it with the label or the button. Okay, I enjoyed a lot. Now we learned many great tips and tricks about how to work with the common properties of the text box. Indeed, till now we talked about the most common properties of the most common and most famous WPF elements, including the label, the button, and the text box. It's really great and amazing. The next item and the next element is the combo box. The combo box is really important one and practical indeed. So let's talk about it in the upcoming tutorial. It's a really great idea opening your project and start working with the text box inside it. Thanks and thanks goodness. Hi, welcome. In this video, I want to quickly talk about the combo box and its usage and also the common properties. So let's begin. First, we talked about the label, the text box, and also the button. In addition, we have another really famous and most common element between the programmers, and it is the combo box. So if I drag and drop the combo box over here, this is the combo box that we can select one option from the available options inside it. For better understanding, if I take a look, for instance, get inside the tools, then the options, here I have the combo box and we have all of these options to select the font, for instance, or I have all of the settings or the font size. Everything is available inside the combo box. So if I take a look over here, some combo boxes are locked. So this is locked and I can't change anything inside it. I should select the item from the available items. But sometimes the combo box is enabled and it's not locked. So I can write something inside it. For instance, I can write 14 or something like that. And also if I take a look, for instance, come to the XAML designer, here I have the combo box. You can see the label, then the combo box, and I can select one of these options. So the combo box is really important part of the app design in the XAML. And also if I take a look inside the Audacity, so over here I have the, for instance, the effect. Let's select this part, then get inside the effect and pitch and tempo, for instance. So I have the combo box over here to select one of these options, and also this is the combo box to select one of these options. So this is the label, the combo box, and the text box, and also all of the buttons. In addition, if I take a look in the next one, for instance, come to the equalizer, and for instance, the high path, and this is. So I have the combo box over here to select the decibel or the decibel of the sound. So come over here and close this. So the combo box is really practical and important. Also, we have another combo box here to select one of these options, and also another combo box to select one of these options. So let's start working with the combo box and let's dig in. Over here and come to this one. Currently, I have the combo box. And as you see, I have the combo box over here that is added. And if I press enter here, so I have the name for the combo box, the horizontal and vertical alignment, the width. So the width is the width of the combo box. I can easily change it, for instance, up to here. And this is the result. I can easily change it. And if I select the button, put it at the top, and I have more space for my combo box. Now let's start working with the most common properties of the combo box. If I click over here on this button and click on this, so I have all of the available and most important properties of the combo box. If you can't see this button, no worries, you can easily get access to these properties from the properties window. Both of these are identical and similar. The first one is the name, so we can add the unique name inside my window. And the next one is the text. So let's write, for instance, select item. So this is select item. And if I take a look, the next one is the background. So I can assign the background to this, but we need to add the items, then assign the background to that. Then I have the items. Items are really simple and straightforward. Come over here, click on this button. And here, if I take a look, I have another combo box, as you see, and select the combo box item. Then add it. Now I have one combo box item that is added inside my combo box. So I can come over here and set the background color, border brush, foreground, and all of the common properties that we talked about them in depth previously. Also, you can change the font and also the size of the font, the bold, italic. Then I can assign the visibility to show and hide the item. Then the content. The content, for instance, is the mail and the cursor. So I can change the cursor, for instance, to the hand. Is enabled? Yes, enable it. Is selected? No, I don't want to select this. So I have all of the remaining options and great. Now let's add the next one, and this is the male and the next one is the female. So come over here and come to the content area. Great. And this is the female. Now I have the female, and if I take a look, the cursor, set it to the hand easily and quickly. So I added the two items, and if I take a look over here, let's scroll down. So my items are over here. This is the combo box, and inside it I have the combo box item 1, then the combo box item 2. The cursor is hand, the content is male and the female. Also the text is select item, but currently I can't see anything here. So let's run the application and let's see the result in the application and runtime. So this is my combo box, and if I take a look, I have two items, the male and the female. Also, I can add the items easily and quickly using the quick button. For instance, if I select the combo box, this is my combo box, click on this quick button and get inside the items and the collections. Or I can select the combo box, get inside the properties, and here I have the items, and I can easily come over here and write the items, and this is the items. The items is inside the common category. So I have the same thing. If I click on it, I can get access to all of the items easily and quickly. But in addition, we can come over here and select this, copy and paste over here for faster result. Let's write other. So it is the new one, and it is the male, female, and the other. So what about the text that we added over here? If I take a look over here, and if I take a look, I have the text, but I can't see the text over here. If you want to see the text, you can easily do it by this option, is editable. So if you click on this, then select item is available for you. Also, you can start writing inside this combo box. As I mentioned, some combo boxes are locked and some aren't locked. For instance, if I come to the tools and come to the options, here, this is the locked combo box, and I can write anything inside it. But if I take a look in the next one, for instance, the environment, and get inside, if I take a look inside the fonts and colors, then I can write something inside this combo box. And by default, it has the selected item. Each item in the combo box has the index, starting from the 0. So the first item index is 0, 1, 2, 3, up to the end. We can easily use the index to set the default selected item. Now let's come over here, and currently if I take a look over here, I have the is editable, so I can write anything inside it. Now let's run and let's see the result in the runtime. So it's done. Now the select item, then I can select one of these items, male, female, other, or I can write something inside it like this. But in addition, we can lock this one. It's really simple. Just come over here and come to the combo box. This is my combo box. Click on this button, and here I have the is read only. If you check this checkbox, then the user can't write anything inside the combo box because it is read only. Now if I run, I can see the amazing and great result. Let's be patient. Now this is, I can click inside it, but it's locked and I can't write anything inside it because it is read only. And after that, if I select the combo box one more time, come over here and click on this button. Also, we have the is enabled. To enable or disable the combo box entirely. For instance, if you uncheck this, then the combo box is disabled. And if you click on this, great. Also, I have the selected index. As I mentioned, each item in the combo box has the index starting from the 0. Suppose I want to select, for instance, the male. The male is 0, the female is 1, author is 2. Also, if you don't want to select any item, you can write -1. -1 means no item is selected. So come over here, and by default, the selected index is -1 or no item. I can, for instance, write 0 or the male. Then the selected item will be the male. Or I can write, for instance, 2 for the author, and this is the author. Let's select, for instance, number 1 or the female. And after that, if I take a look, I have the border brush to assign the border to my combo box. This is the border brush or border color, and also the border thickness are available over here. Then I have the font and font family, the size in bold or italic. And also I can get access to all the other properties like this. So come over here and click on this, then I can clear the filter. So I can start working with the brush and change the background, the border brush, then the foreground, and the remaining items. And also if I take a look, I have the width and the height. Then I have the, if I scroll down, mean width and mean height, also maximum width and height. Then I have the horizontal content alignment to align the content horizontally. For instance, the center, the right, and also the left. Also, if I resize it like this, let's see the vertical content alignment to the center, to the bottom, and to the top like this. So everything is available for me by changing the settings. Also, I have the follow direction to change the right to left language like this. Now it is reverse and I have the text here, then the drop down icon here. Let's set it to the left right languages because I want to work with the English language. Then I have the text in all of the properties here, the visibility to show and hide for the thickness, and also is editable, then is read only. After that, the items that I can change the items from here is enabled to enable or disable this. And also I have another interesting property, and it is drop down open. So this is the result. It is opened, this is the drop down, and it is open. So I can see the items inside it. This is really practical to see the available items inside my combo box. So I can start working with all of these items and properties easily and quickly. But if I take a look over here, also I have the items and I can easily come to the combo box item, select that. Then I have the properties for the selected item. Starting with the name, you can add the name, and it is combo box item. So you can add the background, for instance. Let's select the background like this to my item, and this is the result. Or you can set the border brush, the foreground, and also if I take a look, I have the width and height. And after that, if I scroll down, I have the flow direction to change to the right to left or left to right, the vertical content alignment. You can see the vertical like this or horizontal like this. And this is the center, left, center, and the right side. And after that, if I take a look, I have the text to change the text properties. Then I have the visibility and all of these available options that we talked about most of them. And also you can come over here and select the next item and then assign the properties for the next item. Or you can come to the combo box, select the combo box itself, and start working with the combo box entirely. Well done. Now we learned many great tips and tricks about how to work with the combo box and how to manage its items, and also how to configure the properties of the combo box and the items inside it. So now go ahead and open up your project and start working with the combo box. Thanks, and thanks goodness. Hi there, in this video I want to take a deeper look into the SDI and MDI projects and how to add more than one window inside the project, then change the startup window. So let's begin. Generally speaking, we have two types of the projects. First the SDI, then the MDI project. The SDI is indeed the single document interface, or the application with only single document or single window, something like the calculator or the notepad. If I take a look in the calculator, inside it I have only one window. So this is the main window, and all of my operations should be inside the same window. As the result, we call it a single document interface, or the application with only one window. Also, I have the notepad, and this is the notepad. So it has only one window over here as the main window, and all of the operations should be inside this window. As the result, we call it SDI, or Single Document Interface. Despite of the SDI, I have the MDI, or Multiple Document Interface, or the application with more than one window or multiple windows, something like the Microsoft Word or SQL Server. And also, if I take a look in the other setting, it is the MDI project, because this is the main window. Also, we have all the windows. So come over here, come to this, and I have the amplify window. This is one window. Then I have, for instance, the next one like this. This is another one, and also come to this, and this is another window. It means we have multiple windows inside the same application. Or even the Visual Studio itself, it has the main window, so the Solution Explorer window, the Properties window, and also come to the Tools and Options. Here I have another window. Or even if I take a look inside the Build, the Configuration Manager, I have another window. It means this is the MDI project, or Multiple Document Interface. So this was the quick tour about the structure of the SDI and MDI projects. In the next step, I'm going to show you how to create the MDI project. Till now, we talked about the SDI project because my application only has one window, and this is the only window that I have. But in addition, we can add the new window if we wanna create the MDI project. It's really simple. Just come over here, right click on your project, come to the add. Here I have the new item option and also the window. You can select this or come to the new item. Here I have the C# items, and if I scroll down, I have the window WPF, or you can write the window here for faster result. Now let's name it, for instance, customer info or CU info. It stands for customer info. Or even you can use the underscore to split your name like this. So let's come over here and add it. Currently, I'm using the uppercase C and uppercase I. Let's be patient. So it is like this: uppercase C, uppercase I. In the next step, if I take a look, I have the CU info over here, but it's not running. And if I run the application, I can't see the CU info. It means we need to change something else inside the project. Let's be patient. So my current window is the old one, the main window. First, we talked about the app.xaml, and inside the app.xaml, we have the startup URI. So this is the location to assign the startup or a startup window or the first window. By default, it is main window.xaml. Indeed, exactly this name, the main window.xaml. But I want to change it to CU info. So let's select and copy and paste it over here. Don't forget to add the extension .xaml, exactly like the name. Now, before doing anything, come and rebuild the project to prevent any unexpected errors and see the results in the final application. So after a couple of seconds, now it's done and it's succeeded. If I run, I can see the amazing and great result. So I have the CU info. It means that I have successfully changed the startup window. In addition, suppose I want to rename this one. It's very simple. Right click on it, come to all of these options and rename. I can change it to CU_info like this. And it's done. But currently my name is CU_info and my startup URI is CUinfo. If I run the application, I can see the result. Let's be patient. So I got this error, can't locate resource CUinfo.xaml. If you got this error, it means you need to change this part to the CU_info, exactly like this name. Now if I run, I can see the CUinfo. So I can see it, the CUinfo. And also sometimes it's really great idea, especially in the big projects, to add the folder to organize the windows. Right click on your project, come to the add and the folder. Name it, for instance, my windows or my win. And click on this. Now right click on that, come to add a new item or directly use the window WPF. So let's limit, for instance, the step or ST info. And you can add the underscore or like me, leave it by default and add it. After a couple of seconds, the new window will be added automatically. So it's done. Now I have the new window and it is the ST info or staff info. But if I take a look in the app.xaml, I need to change it from here. Sometimes we can select this and change it from the properties, but this window is not available always. Sometimes you can get access to it. So it is the startup URI, and as I said, it is the CUinfo.xaml. Also, you can change it from here. For instance, you can select, if I take a look, the ST info, my win ST info, like this one. As you see, it's changed and it is the my win, the folder name, then the slash and the scInfo.xaml, like this scInfo.xaml. But don't forget to add the slash at the beginning. And you need to check if it's needed or not inside your project. The first and starting slash, then the folder name, then the window name and the extension. But if you can't get access to this window and the properties of this, no worries, you can write it manually. For instance, you can delete this entirely and start working it. This is the first my win. So let's add a slash my win. Exactly like that, my win. Then add a slash and after that, copy this name, the extension, one more time, and paste over here. So my win, then the SC info. And if I run, I can see the result. But it's a really great idea to rebuild the project after changing the startup URI to prevent any unexpected errors. Now, if I take a look, so it's done. Congratulations. Now I can see my new window. It means that I successfully changed the startup window. So this was the quick tour about the SDI and MDI project. And also you can add as many as number of the windows inside your project based on your needs. Also, you can add the new folder inside this one or the new folder over here and put all the windows inside it. There is no limitation to do that. Okay, I enjoyed a lot and hope you too. So open up your project for your better learning and start working with the new window and also changing the startup URI. Thanks and thanks goodness. Hi there, in this video I want to show you how to easily start designing the really basic phone book application using the WPF.NET Core. So let's again come over here and come to this Solution Explorer. I have two options. First, I can create the new project entirely, or I can add my project to this solution. So right click on the solution, add a new project. So I want to work with the WPF application as I mentioned previously, or you can find it from here like this WPF application using the .NET. Don't hesitate to select the .NET Core technology, or you can select it from here for faster result. Now come to the next. In this window, I need to add the project name. So it is phone book. This is the phone book that is added inside this solution, and also it is the location of my new project. So come to the next. In this window, we need to select the engine or framework of the application, and the latest one is 7.0. That is really great option for me. Also, you can use the newer version in the future or the older versions. Come to create. Well done, my project is created. So right click on the project and set it to the startup project. This is now if I run the project, as you see, the phone book is selected or the default one indeed this is. So if I run, I can see the main window of the phone book, not my previous project, indeed the first project. Let's be patient. So this is the main window or the first window of my phone book. Now let's collapse that and start working with the phone book. At the beginning, let's select the main window and delete that, or we can rename it. You are completely free to select anything that you want. So let's close and come over here, come to add a new item or window. Let's add phone book or add data. So this is the add data and add it. So I have the add data that is added over here. Now let's select the window and resize it like this, or you can click and resize it like this one. And after that, I have the title. Let's name it add data. Then everything looks great and amazing, including the height and width of my window. Come to the properties. Don't forget to select the window, then get inside the properties. Over here, I have the back color that I'm going to change it. So let's change the back color of my window to something like this color, and great. I think this color is great. And after that, if I scroll down, I have the width, height that are default good. And after that, I have the flow direction. I want to work with the English, so it is left to right. And after that, I have the text or the font up to 18 pixels. That is really big one. So let's decrease this number up to, for instance, 12. And after that, if I scroll down, the visibility set it to true. And also, if I take a look, I have the border thickness that I don't want to add any border. So let's leave it. Then come over here, and the next one is window is set by default. It is normal. Window startup location, set it to the center screen. First, we talked about these matters. And also, and after that, I have the resize mode, set it to the no resize. And this is the no resize. Also, I have the icon. So come over here and inside the project, right click on the project itself, I want to add the new folder for my pics, or I can name it the data Then inside it, I can add the pics folder like this. So it's time to add the pics. You can easily open up the iconfinder.com and search, for instance, the users. Then select one of these images or this, for instance. And don't forget to select the free because I want to work with only the free images. Come over here and download by this size or other sizes. So this is my image. And I have the image over here in this folder. So let's copy the location and come to this, add existing item. And here, select this and paste it. So select this and set it to all files. Now I have the user icon and add it inside the project. Previously we talked about this matter. Now select the image, come to the properties and set this one to the content, then this one to the copy if newer, to copy the image to the output folder or beside the executable file. So I have the add data, and in the next step it's time to select the icon. So let's select the window, come to the common and the icon, and icon is this one, the data pics user icon. So the user will be added over here at the top. Now let's save everything, and it's time to change the startup window. So by default, if I take a look in the app.xaml, and I need to get this name, the add data. So copy the name and paste it over here exactly inside your app.xaml. First, we talked about this matter in depth. Now, if I run the application, I can see the great and amazing result. Let's be patient. Well done. Now my window is created and it's time to add the items one by one. And currently I haven't the maximize and minimize button because we don't need them. Also, I have the icon over here and the selected background. So let's go over here and come to my app data XAML. And if I select this and set it to 100% or actual size, I can easily resize it up to here, for instance, and this one up to here. Now come to the toolbox, and at the beginning, let's add the label. So this is the label, and if I take a look, great. It's time to change the text of this label. So the size of this label or the font size is by default 12 or the size of the window. For instance, if I scroll down and see the text, this is the layout and the text, as you see, it is 12. So you can increase or decrease this number, or if it's not suitable for you, you can select this, delete that, select the window itself, and from here, then come to the text and decrease and increase this number, and up to versus 14. Then any control on your window will get this font size by default. So come to the toolbox, the label, drag and drop over here. So it looks better now. And at the beginning, I have the ID, so I can change the ID. So come over here and get inside the common, and this is the content. Name it the ID. This is the ID easily and quickly. Then add the toolbox and another one, including the text box. So this is the text box, and resize it up to here, for instance, the ID. And if you can't see these grids inside your designer, no worries. We have the appropriate options over here to show and hide over here from this button up to the end. So this is the ID and it looks great. In the next step, it's time to select this. I want to copy, so select this, copy, and paste it over here easily and quickly. So this is the next one. Great, and this is space. So the next one is first name. As the result, let's come to the properties and get inside the content. This is the content and name it the first name. So the second one is first name. I can also select this and move it up to here. Also select both of this and move it up to here for better and beautiful and more beautiful result. Now I have the first name, the text box, and also I can select this and come over here, paste it. And this is the result. Great. The next one is last name. So let's change this one to the last name and paste it one more time. And the next one is phone number, or we can say mobile number. This is the first name, mobile number, or cell number. This is the cell number. Also, I can select all of this and move by amount by using the keyboard arrow keys. So let's select this, copy and paste it over here. And the next one, if I take a look, is the landline. And if I paste it one more time, the next one is address or the email. You are completely free to use the email. Then the address. So this is address. So the address, email. Also, we can add another one and name it the comment or something like that. The comment. So this is the comment, address, email, and everything looks good. And for better results, I can select up to here and move a little bit. Now everything looks similar. So I have the ID, first name, last name, cell number, landline, email, and address and comment. And let's select all of this and come to the properties and set the text. So this is the text. As I say, the text is over here and I have selected all of this. Now get inside the text. So over here, add the space, then press the backspace on your keyboard. So everything will be deleted if you click over here. So if I take a look, now the text of my first text box is nothing. And also the next one is nothing up to the end. Now let's add some gender combo box. So come over here and add the combo box. This is my combo box. And I want to add the gender. So you can add it over here at the bottom here, or you can add it after the cell number. You are completely free. So let's select the cell number up to here, move it something like this, and add it over here beside both of this, like this. And great. Now resize it up to here. And after that, move it by the arrow keys, select all of this and move it a little bit up so it looks better. And the next step, copy this and paste it over here. And if I take a look, let's name it, for instance, if I take a look, I can do it from here. This is the last name. I can copy that, and this is the last name. As you see, I can name it the gender. So I have the gender, and this is the combo box. Click over here, get inside the items and add the item. Select the combo box item, add the first one, also the second one, and this is the second one. So let's select the first one, get inside the properties, and here I have the content and name it the male, and the next one is female. So female. Now I have two items, male and female. Also by default, let's select the first one. To do that, come over here and click on the combo box button over here and the selected index. By default, it is -1 or nothing. Let's select the 0. The 0 in this example is the male or the index of the male. So it looks great and amazing. And after all of this, also if you don't want to use the male, you can add the select item or something like that. We are completely free. Now I have the ID up to the end. At the next step, let's add another one, and it is the button, the most common control between the programmers, and resize it up to here and also up to here and name it save. So come to the properties, we have the button in the content, name it the save or save changes, F5 for instance. Save changes, F5. Now I have the ID first name. Also I can select all of this, come to the properties and change the font style. Or you can select the window itself. This is my window. Let's select that from here. Come to the properties, and inside the properties I have the font. So this is the text. Then the font properties. Let's select the bold. Then every text inside the window will be bold because we didn't assign any bold properties to this. As the result, the bold property of the parent or the window will be applied to all of the other controls like this and this one. And also if I select the text box and come to the search and search the wrap, by default the text wrapping is on the wrap, but I don't wanna write any multi-line text here. So come over here and set it to the no wrap. Or you can come to this, select all of this, come to this, hold down the control and unselect this one. Come to the text wrapping and set it to the no wrap for all of the text boxes. Also, we can select the last one, for instance, this one, come to the properties and start assigning the properties or the common properties in it to the text boxes. All of these are the common properties that we can assign to the selected controls and the elements. For instance, I can come over here and change the font style. By default, it is normal, so you can select the normal or the font stretch or the font weight. Font weight, let's set it to the normal one. Now let's come over here and select this one, the combo box. Then hold down the control key on your keyboard and select the button. Come to the properties. I want to change the cursor. So let's come over here and exactly here. As you see, I have only the common properties between two elements. So the cursor and set it to the hand easily and quickly. Now let's save everything, and if I run the application, I can see the amazing and great result. Well done. Now everything looks great and amazing, and I can easily start working with it like this one. Write anything that you want. In addition, we can increase the font size of the text boxes. So come over here and come to the properties, select all of this and uncheck the combo box, come to the properties and the text. So this is the text, and come to this and set it up to, for instance, 16 pixels. So it looks better. Now if I run, I can see the better result. So let's write great. It looks better, I think. And like this. Well done. Now my mission is accomplished successfully. And what about the next step? In the next step, I'm going to show you how to change the order of the tab for changing the focus of the elements, or how to use the tab key on your keyboard to jump between these elements. It's time consuming, so I'm going to talk about it in the upcoming tutorial. So for your deeper understanding, I strongly recommend you to open up your Visual Studio and start creating this project. And stay with me with my amazing upcoming tutorial. Thanks and thanks goodness. Hi there, in this video I want to take a look at the tab order and how to use the tab index to change the movement order between the items by the tab key on the keyboard. So let's do it. Till now we talked about how to design this great and amazing window. But if I take a look and click on the first one and press the tab key on your keyboard, Then the next one is focus, and you can write directly inside it. And if you press one more time, you can write over here. And if you press one more time, we need to focus the gender, but by mistake focus is over here. And if I press one more time up to here, we can easily navigate between the items. And if I press tab, now after this one, I have the focus on the gender, and after the gender I have the focus on the save changes. So let's fix something like this error and make it perfect. Come over here and come to my application. This is at the beginning, we need to select the controls one by one and check the is tab stop should be true. It means that we can navigate between the tab key on the keyboard for this control. And the next one and the next one. We need to check for all of this. And is tab stop should be true. And also for this button and is tab stop true. So in the next step, I have the tab index starting from the 0. Is indeed the order of the movement. The first one is 0. So let's select this and write 0. And after that, I have the first name. So it should be 1. The next one should be 2. The next one is my combo box. It should be 3. 0, 1, 2, 3. The next one, 4. The next is 5. The next one is 6. The next one is 7. The next is 8. And finally, my bottom is 9. Now, if I run, I can see the result. And don't forget the tab order or the tab index property is available in the runtime. It means you need to run the application to see the changes. So click over here, tab 1, 2, then over here, and I can change it by my keyboard, then over here. Then if I press here, and everything is working perfectly. Now the focus is on the save changes. Then is over here and here and here. And suppose after the comments I don't wanna focus, go to the save changes button. We can easily disable the tab order over here. So come over here and select my button, come to the is tab stop and uncheck this one. Now if I run, I can see the amazing and great result. Now if I take a look at the first one, first tab, this is the first, the next, and this is also the next one, and it's working up to here. Now if I press the tab, then the first one, the ID is selected like this. Also the next up to the end. In this step, the save button is not focused after the comment because we disable the tab order of it. But there's something odd in my text boxes. I can't write more than 2 characters inside each text box. It means we need to change some property, the max length of each text box. First, we talked about this matter. So come over here, the ID, come to the properties and write the max. This is the max length. As you see, it is the max length. We can increase it up to, for instance, 50. And the next one up to 50. And the next one up to 50. But for the combo box, we didn't do that because we don't need to change anything. And if I take a look, this is do I changed the max length by mistake in my previous step. So let's come over here and change it to 50 for all of the text boxes. You know what? Designing the application is like building the home or the apartment. We need to do everything from scratch and step by step. So everything looks great. Now if I run the application, I can see the result. One of the best features and best options of the programming word is the undo, or is the tool to update, is the option or the tool to update the problems and update the wrong places. So if I write over here, great, it's working, and now I'm working only with the tab key to navigate between the items, and this is working. And also let's check it one more time. Yes, it's working, and here and here. Okay, now everything looks great and amazing. Go ahead and open up your project and make the appropriate changes to the tab order of your items. Thanks, and thanks goodness. Hi there, in this video I want to show you how to easily group the controls together and create the group of controls. Now let's begin. Firstly, we talked about this great and amazing project, but in addition we need to start learning the grouping. For better understanding and to prevent destroying this project, come over here and come to the project. Let's add the new window and group the control inside it. So come to the WPF window and name it grouping. After a couple of seconds, this is the grouping that is added here. And come over here and resize it up to 100% and select the window or from here. No matter and no problem. And resize it like this. And also come over here, come to the add data and select all of this and copy and paste it over here inside this window. So it's done easily and quickly. And also we need to change the startup window. So it's really simple. Let's say if we get inside the app.xaml, this is, and inside it over here, a startup URL, change it, come to the solution explorer and change it to the grouping.xaml and paste it exactly over here. And if you wanna do it faster, you can get access to the properties and change it here from the designer. But because of the bug in the Visual Studio, this window is not available always. In most of the cases, you can't get access to the properties of the XAML. In these situations, it's really great idea to copy and paste the name over here. Now, if I run the application, I can see the amazing and great result. Let's be patient. Now I have something like this over here. Easily and quickly come over here. And also let's select this and resize it a little bit like this one. Sometimes we need to select the group of controls. For instance, I want to select this and move them back up to here like this. Or even I need to select all of this and move them a little bit by the mouse or by the keyboard. We call it the group selection or group selecting. Instead of selecting each time the controls by the mouse, we can easily group the controls together. Then start working with the group. To do that, we can select all of this, for instance, up to here. Now everything is selected. Come over here and right click, group into the grid or one of these layout controls. But the most common within the programmers is the grid. Let's select the grid. Now the new grid is added. As you see, I have the new grid inside my first grid, and inside the grid I have all of the remaining items. Or we can come over here. As you see, I have the grid. Inside it I have the new grid that is added as the group, and also all of the elements are inside the second grid. So I can easily select this and move it everywhere that I want. We call this one as the grouping. So come over here and let's select the grid and move it, for instance, here, or we can select from this one. And also we can come to the properties of the grid and name it the group grid. And if I take a look over here, let's be patient. This is the name group grid. It's time to add some properties so we can get access to all of these properties at once. First, we talked about most of them. For instance, I can come to the background and change it to this color. And if I take a look to this color, so if I run the application, I can see the amazing and great result. Let's be patient. So this is the result. Also, sometimes we need to ungroup the controls. For instance, we need to ungroup this and add this button. It's very simple. Just select the group or the grid indeed. This is my grid. Right click on it, ungroup. Now my grid is deleted and I have only one grid. And as you see, I have only one grid over here. Now I can select all of this up to here. Right click over here, group into grid. So it's added successfully. Now if I take a look over here in the tree structure, I have the grid and another grid here. So this is my second grid and I can name it the grouping grid or something like that. And I can easily come over here, come to the back color and change the back color for better appearance. Or I can resize the grid itself like this from here or from this side easily and quickly. Now if I run, I can see the amazing and great result. So the grouping is really great idea when you want to move all the controls or something like this. You want to put all of the controls inside another one. In these situations, the best option is the grouping that you can do it. So let's select this and move it a little bit over here. And like the previous one, you can select the grid itself, right click on it and ungroup and ungroup to ungroup the grid. Well done, now we learned many great tips and tricks about grouping the elements. So open up your project immediately and start practicing the grouping for your deeper understanding. Thanks and thanks goodness. Hi there, in this video I want to show you how to easily rotate the elements based on your needs. Now let's begin. To start my tutorial, I added the rotate.xaml window, the new window over here, and also I have changed the startup URI to the rotate.xaml. And as I mentioned previously, the first slash is optional. You can add it or you can leave it. And how we can identify this one, you need to check it if it's needed or not needed inside your project by running multiple times your project. So come over here, come to the rotate, get inside the toolbox, and here I have the, for instance, button drag and drop on my window. So let's select the button one more time and resize it up to here, for instance. If I hover on the corner, for instance this one, then the rotation cursor is available and it means I can rotate it like this from here or from this side. And based on my changes over here, if I take a look this version, this is my button, and inside my button the button transform is added. So all of these are added to identify and to determine the rotation amount. The most common is angle or the rotation angle. So I can select this one more time and for instance select this part and rotate it like this. And if I take a look, now the angle is positive number. And after that we have the center of the rotation. By default it is at the center. I can easily move it up to here, for instance. So this point is the center of rotation. Now if I rotate, for instance, from this side, so it's rotating around the center, around this spot. And also if I select the center and move it up to here, for instance, now I can select the rotation, and as you see, it's rotating around the center of the rotation or this part. In addition, we can add other controls like the combo box. So this is my combo box, and I can easily rotate that like this. Or I can add the label and easily rotate the label like this. Or even add the text box and like this, rotate the text box. And also we have the center, so you can change it up to here, for instance. Now rotate it around the center of the rotation like this. Okay, I enjoyed a lot. Now we learned many great tips and tricks about rotating the elements. So open up your project now and start working with the rotation. And stay with me with my next and upcoming tutorial. Thanks and thanks goodness. Hi there, in this video I want to take a deeper look into the document outline window. So let's begin. Sometimes in the big projects I have many elements inside my window, something like this, for instance. In these situations, managing all of these elements is really hard task to do. Fortunately, we have another tool in the Visual Studio for managing a lot of elements on the same window, and we call it Document Outline Window. So come to the view, then the other windows, then the Document Outline window. This is. In the document outline, we have the tree structure for all of the elements, starting from the window. This is the window itself. Then inside it, I have the grid. This is my main grid, and in this one. And after that, I have grouping grid. This is the grouping grid. Then the items one by one. For better appearance of this and also for better managing the elements, it's a really great idea to add the appropriate name. For instance, this is the ID label. So I can say, for instance, ID LB or label like this, ID LB. Now over here, I have the ID label. And for the next one, let's write the ID, then the T box, or I can write ID then the T box or something like that. So it is ID T box, ID label, or you can add the underscore to split this. For instance, I can write ID underscore T box. To split my tutorial, I stop the recording and change all of these names. Stay with me. Welcome back. Now I have changed all the names over here. As you see, I have the ID label, the ID text box, then the F name, and we have the appropriate icon at the left side. The uppercase A means the label over here, 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 up to the end. And also we have another icon for the text box, and this is, so I have the F name, then the F name. Then I have the L name for the label, then the L name for the text box, the cell num for the label, the cell num1 for the text box, up to the gender. This is the gender and male item, then the female item, also gender 1, and this is the gender 1 or the label in it, and say button. Say bot stands for the button. Now everything looks better and amazing. So at the top I have the window. I can easily hide everything inside it, so nothing is visible after hiding it. And after that I can lock anything inside my window. So we have the lock icon over here beside my elements. So everything is locked. Now I can't work because these are locked and I can't select them to work with. And after that, if I unlock this, now everything is available and unlocked for me. And after that, if I come over here and come to the grid, this is my main grid. And if I hide, so everything is hidden because these are inside the grid. All of these are inside the grid, or these are the children of the grid. And also if I lock that, so you can see the lock over here. Now everything is locked. And also I have the grayscale icon over here. It means all of these controls are locked by its parent. So the parent is locking all of this. As the result, the icon of the parent is black, but the icon of the children are indeed the grayscale. So let's come over here and uncheck this. Now we have the same thing for the grouping grids. If I hide it, so everything is hidden, and if I show it, everything is visible. And also the same thing for the lock. You can see everything are over here as the grayscale, because these are locked by the parent. Which parent? The grouping grid. And this is the result. In addition, we can individually show and hide. For instance, I can hide the F name individually. Then I can come to the F name, the label, and hide it individually. Or I can lock and lock. So these are in the black color because these are directly locked. And also I can unlock them. And after that, if you select, for instance, the L name, this is the L name or the L name 1, and right click on this, I can get access to all of these items in the right click. If you right click on the item over here, you have the same right click items here. And also, for instance, if you right click on the email over here, we have the cut, copy, delete up to the end. And if you come here and right click on the email, we have the same right menu here, because both of these are identical. So we learned that by using the document outline, we can easily and faster manage the items on my window. Go ahead and start working with the document outline and stay with me. Thanks and thanks goodness. Hi, welcome. In this video, I want to show you how to easily start working with the group align of the elements on the window. So let's begin. Sometimes we have many number of the elements on the window. For instance, if I take a look in the app data, so I have all of these elements. Let's copy this and get inside the new window. To start my tutorial, I added the group align window to the project, so you can do it easily by yourself, as I mentioned previously many times. Now let's come over here and it's time to copy the elements. Let's do it one more time. Copy all of this, then paste it inside the new window exactly over here. So paste, and we did it. Now I can come over here and select all of this and move it a little bit like this. Suppose we want to make aligning of these elements different. For instance, suppose we want to align them from the right side. It's really simple. We have two options. First, we can align the items one by one individually. For instance, like this. We can select this and move it to the right side, and also the next one to the right side up to the end. Or we can use the group aligning. Let's see how. At the first step, let's select all of these elements. Now everything is selected, and select the element that we want to group by that. For instance, I want to align by the ID to the right side. So let's select this. Now right click on it and align. Align left edges, horizontal center, right edge. So if I click over here, everything is aligned by the ID to the right edge, easily and quickly like this. And also I can select all of this, and suppose we want to align to the left side. It's very simple. Just select everything, then select the item to align with. For instance, I want to align with the comment. So right click on it, come to the align, and come to the align left like this, left edge, and this is the result, easily and quickly. Finally, suppose we want to align all of these at the center. It's very simple. Just come over here and align to the horizontal center easily and quickly like this. Everything is aligned by the selected item. Over here, it is the comment. Now let's come over here and select the original one and order and align it by the left edge, and it looks better now. In the next step, let's talk about how we can align the items vertically. To do that, let's select the window. This is my window, and resize it like this. Now let's select all of this and move them over here. Now let's put the ID here, the first name here, for instance, the last name here, and the gender here, and also the email over here. So let's take it one more time. Great. Also, let's select the window and change the back color to the lighter one, so it looks better now. Now suppose I want to align these elements vertically. It's really simple and straightforward. Come over here and select all of this. Then select the item to align with. So let's select this, come over here and align. Align top edge, vertical centers, and top and the bottom edge. Let's select the top edge, and this is so everything aligned to the top edge of the ID like this one. And after that, suppose I want to align with the bottom edge of the gender. So let's select the gender, right click, align, and the bottom edge. Now everything are aligned by the edge of the gender. And also we have the central vertical. So select for instance the last name, then right click on it, align, and the vertical centers like this. So everything is aligned vertically at the center by the last name element. Okay, excellent. We did it. Now we learned how to start working with the group aligning of the elements. So open up your project and start working with the group aligning and say hello to the future. Thanks and thanks goodness. Hi there, in this video I want to show you how to easily start writing the C# code in the WPF.NET Core by adding the new window to the current project. So let's do it. Till now we talked about how to design the application and we did different projects. In addition, it's time to write the logic and add the logic to my project by writing the C# code. To do that, come over here, right click over here on the project, add in the folder, and let's name it the coding. So this is the coding, right click on it and add the new window using this one, the window, and name it first coding. So add it. After a couple of seconds, my new window will be added automatically. So this is my first code window, and I can come over here, select the window from here and resize it, or you can come to this and select it from the XAML code, and this is come to the properties, and if I scroll down, let's set the common properties, including if I take a look the common and the title. So this is the first code, the title, and then the window startup location, let's set it to the center screen so it looks better and amazing. Now let's save everything, and in the next step we need to change the startup window. So come over here, get inside the app.xaml and come to the startup URI. Here I need to get inside the properties window and change this one to the new window, coding first code.xaml. If you can't see this window, no worries. It means you need to write this part from scratch manually. So write the coding, the folder name, and don't forget to add the slash coding slash first code over here. Then everything will be done. Don't forget to rebuild the project after changing the startup to prevent any unexpected errors. Now let's be patient. The build is in progress and once succeeded. Now if I run, I can see the amazing and great result. Let's be patient. So the first code is running perfectly. And in the next step, if I take a look over here, let's start working with the items one by one. At the beginning, it's a really great idea to add the name for my new window. Let's name it first code window, or you can use the underscore to spell the names like this. You are completely free to use anything that you want. First code window. Now come to the toolbox and add the button. So this is my first button. And if I take a look, let's select this and set it to 100% to the actual size and resize it like this. And come to the properties. And here I have the common properties. And if I take a look, the content, let's write first button. I want to show the message to the user. So this is first button, come to the properties, then name, and name it first spot or first button. Now right click over here, copy, and paste it over here. And this is my second button, and name it second button. And also in the content, you can also click over here double times and write second. So I have first button and also the second button. Also let's select them and resize them at once like this. So let's check it. The second one has the second button and the first one is first button. So it looks great and amazing. Also we can check them over here inside the properties, or you can change the content from here directly and here directly. Also then X name is added over here for my second button, also for the first button like this. In addition, we have all the properties up to the end. Well done. Now my project is ready for me to start writing the first C# code. It's time consuming, so let's talk about it in the upcoming tutorial, how to show the message box to the user. Now it's a really great idea. Open up your project and start designing something like this window. Thanks and thanks goodness. Hi, welcome. In this video, I want to show you how to easily write the first C# code to show the message box to the user. And also, I'm going to talk about the events and how to add it to the XAML codes. Now, let's dig in. Firstly, we talked about how to design our first code window and also how to add two amazing buttons over here. So if I take a look in the properties, before doing anything and before writing any code, don't hesitate to assign the unique name to your elements. This is the first button, and the next one is second button. The most common event of the button is click event. It means if you double click on the button, then the first event will be automatically generated. We call this one as event. The event is, in this example, the click event of the button. When the user click on the button, execute these codes. The codes inside the curly braces will be executed when the user click on the first button. We call the entire structure as the event. And also if I right click over here, get inside the designer. Now double click on the second button to generate the new event for my second button. So it is the click event of the second button. And all of my codes should be inside the curly braces, exactly over here. And also if I take a look in the XAML codes and the separation, go over here and at the end, exactly over here. As you see in the first button, I have the click that is added here. Then the event name, the first button click. This is the event name, or exactly this name, the event name. And if I take a look, I have the same structure for the second one. So I have the click event, and the second button click event name. It means if the user click on this button, you need to execute the codes inside this event. In addition, if you select the button and come to the properties, and here I have another button at the top. Click on this. Now I have a list of available events. The most common event is the click event in the button, and also other common events, something like the mouse enter when the user hover on the button by the mouse, or mouse leave when the user leave the button by the mouse, and also all of this. But the question is it necessary to memorize all of this? No, it's not necessary. The only thing you need is learning the most common events of each element. In the bottom, the most common is the click event. So it's really great idea to learn how to add the click event as I mentioned earlier. So come over here, now I have the click, and suppose I want to add it manually. So let's select this. I can easily write the click. So I have the click. And inside it, I have two options. First, I can select one of these versus the second button click or first button click that currently we have inside the code over here. Or we can add the new event. So come over here, press the space over here or the control space sometimes. Now I can add the new event handler or select the second one versus let's add the new one, and new button click is added over here. Second button click 1. So if I take a look in the code, as you see, the new event is added over here with the new name. So I have the click 1 and this is the click. Also, you can change this one to the old one or vice versa. So let's select this and delete that entirely and come to the code in the XAML and come over here. Let's select this and select the second bot click, exactly the original event. And if I take a look over here, so it's done. Now I have the second button click and also the first button click. So this was the quick tour about the event. In the next step, it's time to write the C# code to show a simple message box. It's time consuming, so let's deal with it in the next video. Thanks and thanks goodness. Hi, welcome. In this video, I want to show you how to easily write the C# code to show a simple message box to the user. So let's begin. Firstly, we talked about the event and how to work with it. In addition, let's come over here, click on the first button and get inside the first button click event. Inside this, I want to write the first C# code. But before doing that, if I take a look over here inside the project and the solution, come to the dependencies, and after that the frameworks. I want to get access to the system, so I have the system from here up to the end. I want to work with the system Windows, so this is the system Windows class, or we call it the namespace system Windows. Inside it we have the message box, and also we have another one, and this is not really practical, and the most famous is in this part, and this is. So let's start working with the system Windows in the .NET Core. Come over here and come to this one, press the tab and write the first and write the system. This is the root namespace dot, then Windows. Inside it I have the message box, so this is the message box. Then at dot, in this list I have the show method, and click on the show what, open the parentheses. I have up to 12 overloads or up to 12 states to show the message. This is the first parameter and it is the message box text, and it should be a string, and this is the value type. So let's add the double quotations here, and don't forget to add the semicolon like this. In the next step, let's write, for instance, hi, and this is. Now let's run the application and let's see the results. If you can see the results in the application, it means you need to rebuild your project from here. Rebuild or build. It's a really important matter, so I talked about it multiple times during my previous tutorials. Come to the first. Congratulations, now we did it. So this is my first C# code in the .NET Core and the WPF. So it is only the hi message. And also we can add multiple lines of the message. For instance, I can copy this and paste over here, or even paste it inside the second button. And let's say I'm second button. So it is I'm second button, and this is hi line 2. So this is the result. Now if I run, I can see the amazing and great result. Let's be patient. Now if I come over here and click on the first button, so it is high, then the high line 2. Indeed, this is the first line, and show the message until closing it, and then the next line will be executed. So come over here, line 2, and the next one is high. I'm second button, but indeed I haven't the high here. No matter, I'm second button over here and click. In addition, we can work with the other overloads or other states. To do that, come over here and add the comma here. Now, add the comma over here. Then I have the second overload. It has two parameters. The first one is the message body, and the next one is the string, and it is the caption of the message. So if I come over here and add the double quotations and say warning, and this is the warning, I'm second button. And if I run the application, I can see the amazing and great result. This is now I'm second button, and I have the warning at the top, exactly my second parameter, this one. And also, as I mentioned, we can add up to 12 different overloads. Let's add the parentheses here. Then I have the second one and the next one, and the next one up to the end. But the most common is this one, the second one, and also the first one. Well done. Now we learned how to write the C# code to show a simple message to the user. So open up your project and start writing the C# code. Thanks and thanks goodness. Hi, welcome. In this video, I want to show you how to easily write the C# code to change the title of the window. So let's begin. Firstly, we talked about the message box and how to show it. In addition, I added the new button over here to speed up my tutorial. Change window title. It is the normal button that you can easily drag and drop over here. Also, its name is title button. This is a really important matter to assign the unique name for your button before doing anything. Also, if I take a look in the window, I have the window itself, and also we added the defaults and the unique name for that. The first code window. First code window is the name of the current window. Now double click on the button, and over here I have two options. First, I can write this, and this means this window. And in this list, you can see the available properties and methods for working with the current window. For instance, the title or the background, or the window style, window state, window startup location, width, height, and so on. Indeed, this list is all the properties of the window. If I take a look over here and select the window, so I can get access to all of these properties directly using the C# code easily and quickly. So this means this window, and after that I can add the title, and the title is get or set. It means we can read the value or assign the value to that, and its type is string. So we can come over here and write equals, I wanna assign the value to it. Say hider, and this is the hider. Don't forget to add the semicolon at the end. Now let's run the application and check the result. So click on the change window title and it's changed height there. So come over here. In the next step, I can use the window name. As I mentioned, we have the window name, and if I come over here, select the window itself, I have the name. Its name is first cut wind. I can use it to change the properties easily, and let's say the first wind, and this is the first cut wind, and click on this, add dot. In this list, I have the properties and also the methods that we can get access to them. For instance, I can work with the title, or like that, work with the window startup style, the stage, and so on. So let's write the title because I want to assign the title. As you see, the title is get or set, so we can assign the value or we can read the value. Now let's come over here, copy this and paste it inside it. And don't forget to add the semicolon at the end. Now if I run, I can see the amazing and great result. Now if I click over here, so hi there, it's working perfectly. Well done. Now we learned how to change the title of the window by two methods and also the C# code. So open up your project and start changing the title of your window. Thanks and thanks goodness. Hi, welcome. In this video, I want to show you how to easily write the C# code to change the content of the button, the label, the text box, and similar elements. Now let's begin. Firstly, we talked about how to show the message box and also how to change the title of the window by the C# code. In addition, let's talk about the content. First, we talked about the content, and it is common between different options and the elements. For instance, in the bottom, we have the, if I take a look, this is, and over here, this is my label and the bottom. We have the content, and it is the text inside it. Also, I have the label that has the content, and also I have the text box that has the text. It's not important matter. This is the text, but we can work with it something like the content. To speed up my tutorial, I added the button. So this is the button and assign the name for that change content button. And also I added the label here and its name is content LB, and also I have the text box. Its name is content T box or the text T box, no worries. So let's just start working with the first one and the change content button, and double click on it. Now let's write the change button, and this is the change content button. Add dot. In this list we can get access to the properties and methods of the button. I want to work with the content, so let's talk about the content. This is the content. Its type is object, and we can assign anything inside, including the text, the string, the number, and all the objects. Its type is get and set, so we can read the data and assign the data to that. So let's select this. I want to assign the string to it, so let's add the double quotations. As I mentioned, we can add any type of the values to it. The most common indeed is the text or a string. Now let's write I am button. So this is I am button, and if I run, I can see the amazing and great result. Let's be patient. Now let's come over here, change content, and it is I am button. And also we have the similar thing for the label. It's really simple. Just come over here and come to this one. As I mentioned, we can add one or more lines of the code inside each button click event. So in the next step, I need to get the label name. This is the content label. If I take a look, yes, it is content label. And I want to change the content of it. So we have the content in the label. Come over here and let's be patient. Double click and here exactly and say the content. This is the content label LB dot content. As you see over here, it is object, and exactly we can get or set the value to that. Let's write, for instance, I am label. And don't forget to add the semicolon. And also for the next one, it is the text box. In the text box, we haven't the label, but we have a similar matter to that, and it is the text. If I take a look, we have the text that is something like the content. So if I come over here and write the text, so this is the text, and if I hover on it, as I said, it is a string. So we need to assign the string only to, so we need to only add the string to the text property. We can't add all the data types like the object, for instance, or all the elements. The only thing we can add is a string. A string can be the numbers or the text. So its name is the content tbox. Come over here and come to this at one line and say the content tb and content tbox. This is the content tbox. Add dots in the text. As you see, the data type of the text is a string and it is get or set. So we can assign the value or we can read the value. I am text box. So this is I am text box and the semicolon. Now if I run, I can see the miracle of my codes. If I take a look over here, click on the change content. So I am button, I am label, I am text box. It means everything is working perfectly. Now in this video, we learned how to work with the content and how to change it using the C# easily and quickly. Go ahead and open up your project and start working with the same thing like this video and stay with me with my upcoming tutorial. Thanks and thanks goodness. Hi, welcome. In this video, I want to show you how to easily start working with the comment in the C#. So let's begin. The comment in the C# programming is really one of the most practical and most useful parts of the C# codes. We have two main usages for the comment. First, we can add the description to the C# code. Then we can skip running the C# code. Let's start working with the first part, adding the description to the C# code. If I take a look inside the code over here, sometimes we need to add the description to the code. For instance, if I come over here and this is the first button, and this one, the first button. Suppose I want to add some description over here for later using or for my other partners that are working on this code in this project. So let's write show a message box. Show a message box to the user. Also, we can add the comment at the end. For instance, I can come over here, add 2 slashes, and write the comment show MSG or message box, MSG box. Or then we can come over here and come to this, for instance. And after this one, I can add some comment like this and change the text. And this is another one. So we have 3 types for adding more information and separating the codes at the end of the code and also at the beginning of the code to add more comment and more information about the code. Also, we can add the comment to separate and split the codes like this, for instance. We can add this or other characters like this one over here. So you are completely free to add any kind of the comments and characters after the double slashes. For instance, let's add the asterisk like this. You are completely free. And don't forget, this is a really important part of the programming for later using. Suppose you are the big team and up to 10 users and programmers are working on the same code. In these situations, the best option for adding the description is the comment. And the next usage of the comment is skip running the C# code. To do that, we have 2 options. First, we want to skip the single line of the code or multi-line the code. To do that, come over here and come to this. Suppose I want to show only one line of the code and I don't want to run this line. Easily I can come over here and at the beginning add the comment like this. Then only the second line, this line will be executed. This is the first button and I want to show only this one and I don't want to run this code. So comment that. Let's run and let's see the result. Now if I take a look, so hi line 2 and this line is escaped from the execution and the second one is executed only hi line 2, hi line 2. And also suppose sometimes we need to comment multi-line. It's really simple, just come to the second line and add another comment over here. Now I haven't any code inside this button, so if I run the application, I haven't any message boxes or all the codes after clicking on the first button. So let's see. And if I click over here, nothing happened because we commented out every code over here. And sometimes instead of adding these manually, we can use the toolbar. Come over here, come to this one and right click. I have the text editor, so don't forget to select the text editor first. Then come over here and I have the comment and comment out. So I can select all of this for instance and uncomment. This is uncomment. Or you can comment all of them. Or you can come over here, select this and uncomment that. Or select the next one, uncomment that. You are completely free. Comment and uncomment. For instance, I can come over here, select this and comment this line. Or multiple times. Or I can come over here and set it back and uncomment this entirely. If you can't get access to this, don't hesitate to come to the view, then the toolbars, and here I have the text editor, so you can work with it from here. And finally, we have another method for multi-line commenting. It's really simple. Just come over here and suppose I want to comment 2 lines over here. The first one is adding the comment over here. And the next one, if I take a look, let's uncomment this. And the next one is adding the slash at the beginning of the comment line. Then add the star or asterisk. And after that, come to the end of commenting and add this star or asterisk, then the slash. Now the codes between the first asterisk slash and the second one will be commented from here up to here. And there is no limitation, so you can use this method for commenting, for instance, up to 100 lines of the codes or 100 lines of the description about anything that you want. Okay, I enjoyed a lot. Now we learned how to work with the comment and how to use it to add the description and also skip running the C# codes. So go ahead and start working with the comment in your codes and stay with me with my upcoming tutorial. Thanks and thanks goodness. Hi there, in this video I want to show you how to easily start writing the C# code to change the background color, the text color, and also the border color of the elements. So let's begin. Now we talked about all of these great and amazing codes. In the next step, let's start working with the background changer C# code. It's very simple and straightforward. Before doing that, let's select the button, come to the name. I have changed the name to the back color button. Also, I added the next one. It is the text color button, and also the next one, border color button. I added all of these buttons to speed up my tutorial. You can add them easily from the toolbox. So if I take a look over here in the properties of my button, I have the brush category, and inside it I have the, let's select this, great. I have the background. Then if I select, for instance, the label also has the background. And if I select the window itself, the window has the background. If I select the grid has the background. It means we can use the C# code to change the background of all of these elements, including the window, then the button, the grid, the label, and so on. So let's do it. If I select the first button, come to the properties, hover on the background. As you see, its data type is system, Windows, media, brush. So we need to assign something like this to the background. It's really simple. Let's come over here and double click on this button. Now let's write I want to change the back color of the window. So let's write this, then the background. This is the background. And if you hover on the background, its type is brush, and the brush is available for us easily using this one. And if I hover on it, it is get or set, so we can read the value or assign the value. It is inside the system, then dot, then the Windows, dot, then the media, and this is my media, dot. Now I have a list of available and amazing tools for the media, but I don't want to work with all of this. Instead of that, I have the brushes. So this is the brushes, and inside the brushes, if I add dot, then I have a list of available colors. For instance, I want to make it the yellow color like this, the yellow, or yellow green. No worries, this is the yellow green, and semicolon. If you hover on the yellow green, as you see, it is the solid color brush, exactly what I want for the background. Also, instead of this, we can say the name of the window. Which name? The name, if I take a look over here, the window, and the name is first code window. So we can use the same thing, first code window, and this is, if I run, I can see the amazing and great result. Now click on this, change back color. Well done, we have successfully changed the back color. Also, we can change, for instance, the button color. So come over here, and in the next step, let's copy this and paste over here. I can easily say the back color button name. Its name is back color button. So I can say back color button over here. Or for faster result, I can say this and the back color button. And this part is not necessary, it is optional. You can use it for faster access to the back color button, or you can skip this part. No matter, back color, and name it, for instance, the yellow, like this. And if I run, I can see the amazing and great result. This patient, click over here. Now this is the yellow, and this is the green. Everything looks amazing and great. Also, we can use it to change the back color of the label and any other element that has the back color or the background property. To do that and to be sure that the element has the back color, select this, come to the properties. Now I have the background, so I can easily change it by the C#, like the first one. And the next one is change text color. So this is the change text color. And if you select this, come to the properties, I have the foreground. The foreground is in the text color. Come to the solid color and change it. As you see, it's changing easily. Now let's do it in the action using the foreground. So double click over here. Now let's add this, then the text color button, or something like this. The text color button. Which property? The foreground. So this is the foreground equals system, Windows Media, brushes, and paste over here for faster result. Change it to the red, uppercase R-E-D, red. Now I want to change the text color button, exactly the text color of this button. Now if I run, I can see the amazing and great result. Let's be patient. Click over here. Now the text color is changed to the red. Also, we can change the label text color. At the first step, we need to check if the property is available for the label or not. Come to this, and I have the foreground. Also in the text box, I have the foreground. So I can use the same code for changing the text color of the label and also the text box. The label name is content LB. So come over here, copy this and paste it over here and say the content label easily and quickly. Let's see the result. Click over here. Now this is red, and also the background color. And the last one is the border color. The border color is a little bit different, and we need to set two parameters. So at the beginning, let's select this and resize it a little bit bigger. Great. If I come over here and at the first step, I have the border brush that I need to assign. Previously, we talked about this matter, the border. So I need to assign the border brush or the color, then the border thickness. By default, it is number 1 for the bottom. In addition, we need to set the border brush, then the border thickness. So come over here, and this bottom name is border color bottom. Click over here. Now come over here and say this, and after that the border color bottom. Or you can write directly the border color bottom. But personally, for better and clear code, I prefer to add this over here. It's optional. Then which property? The border color. So this is the border and border brush. It is the brush like all the ones, so we can easily come over here and copy this part like this equals. And this is right equals to this one. Currently, the thickness of the border is up to 1 number. So if I run, I can see the amazing and great result. Let's be patient. So click over here and it's changed to 1 pixel border. But sometimes we need to change it. To do that, come over here and come to the design. And to do that, let's select the window itself, make it a little bit bigger like this. Come to the properties, and here I have the border. So the border, I have the thickness. I can change it from here by the designer in the XAML code. In addition, we can use the C# code to change the thickness. You are completely free to use one of these. To do that, come over here and come to this one and say this, then the border color button and the border thickness. This is the thickness, and the border thickness equals to new. I want to create the new thickness and add the parentheses. The thickness has up to 3 overloads. The first one hasn't any parameters. The next one, if I take a look, has only 1 number for all the borders, and it is the double. For instance, I can add up to 4 pixels border to all the borders, to the right, left, up, and bottom. Now if I run, I can see the amazing and great result. So click over here. Now I have the same border up to 4 pixels for all of this. In addition, we can customize each border thickness. So come over here and add the parentheses one more time. Come to this one. The next one is number 3. So it has up to 4 different parameters. The first one for the left, the top, right, and the bottom. So suppose I want to add the 4 for the left, 0 for the top, for the right 4, and for the bottom 0. And it looks better, I think. Let's see the result. So click over here. Now it looks better and more professional also. This one and this one. So in this video, we learned how to work with the different parts of the colors in the C# code and the WPF.NET core. Now it's your turn. Go ahead and open up your project and start practicing the codes like me. Thanks and thanks goodness. Hi, welcome. In this video, I want to show you how to easily write the C# code to enable or disable the element or the window itself. Now let's begin. Till now we talked about all of these great and amazing codes. In the next step, let's talk about how we can enable the element or disable that. It's really simple. Suppose I want to enable the first button or disable that. If I take a look, its name is first button. And then I have the enable button over here, and its name is enable but. The next one is disable but. At the first step, let's disable the first button or first button. If I take a look in the properties and scroll down, or you can search it for faster result. This is in the common, the is enabled. If I uncheck this, then the button is disabled. If I check this, then the button is enabled. And if I hover on it, it is the system boolean or the true or false. And come over here, click on this. Then get inside the disable button, click event. Now let's say this, and after that, if I take a look, the first button, yes, it is the first button or first button. I want to assign the is enabled. So is enabled property. As you see, its type is boolean and it is get or set. So we can assign the value or we can read the value is enabled equals to false easily and quickly. Also in the enable button, we have the reverse of this. If I click on the enable button, then we have the reverse of this, and indeed this is pasted over here. Equals is enabled equals to true to enable the button, and this is the result. Now if I run, I can see the great and amazing result. Let's be patient. So this is enabled, and if I disable, now it is disabled. Now if I enable this, so it is enabled easily and quickly. Also, we can enable or disable the window itself, or even we can group the controls inside the grid control. Previously we talked about how to add this to the group. Right click over here and then group into the grid. Now the controls are inside the grid. I can easily assign the name for this grid. And I have the main grid. This is the fill grid or the first one. Then I have the second grid. And for better understanding, if I take a look, this is the main grid and the second grid. So let's select the second grid, come to the properties and name it the child grid or element grid. So this is the child grid. I can easily get inside the properties and I have the is enabled exactly for the grid. And if I uncheck this, everything inside the grid will be disabled. And if I check, everything will be enabled. Now come over here and its name is child grid. Come to the enable and inside the code, let's write this, and instead of the first button, let's write the grid or the child grid. And also let's copy this and paste it over here and set it to the false like previous one. And if I run, I can see the amazing and great result. Let's be patient. Now if I enable, everything is enabled, and if I disable, everything is disabled. Enable, disable, and it is. Well done. Now we learned how to enable or disable the elements using the C# code. And don't forget, we can use the same code for all the elements that have the is enabled property. For instance, if I come over here and select the window, in the window I have the is enabled. If I take a look, the common is enabled. But if you disable the window, then all the elements inside it will be disabled, and this is a really tricky note, and then you can't enable it back. So go ahead and open up your project and start working with the enable or disable elements. Thanks and thanks goodness. Hi, welcome. In this video, I want to show you how to easily write the C# code to show and hide the elements, including the window itself and any other elements inside it. So let's take it. Firstly, we talked about how to enable and disable the elements. We have similar to that to show and hide the elements. For instance, if I select the grid, this is my child grid, And we can easily get inside the appearance and the visibility. By default, it is visible, so I can make it hidden. This is the hidden, so I can't see my grid anymore. I can easily set it back from here, or I can come to the grid itself. This is my second grid. Come to the properties, and here I have the visibility. I can press space and set it to the visible. Now my grid is back. So let's do it in the C# and start working with the height. So come over here and come to this part easily and quickly. Now click on the height, and after that, wow, what happened? I can't see the new event for my button. Why? Because I copied both of these from these buttons. And if I select the height, this is the height button, and if I check, after copying the button, the event will be copied. So let's select this, add a space, and create the new event handler. And also for the next button, for the show button, let's create the new event. And this is now if I click on the height, so it is inside the new height button event. And also if I take a look in the show, so it is inside the new show button click event. Now let's start working with the height button and this. And after that, the child grid. So this is, then the visibility. So I want to hide it. This is the visibility, and it is get or set. So you can read the value or assign the value, and its type should be visibility. So we need to write something like this: visibility dot equals, then the visibility. This is the visibility, then add dot, and here I have the visible collapse and the hidden. If I take a look, I scroll down, and here I have the hidden and semicolon like this. And if I hover on the visibility, it belongs to the system windows, so we don't need to write the system windows because currently we imported that the system windows. It means we don't need to write it everywhere inside this class or the window. And also let's copy this and paste over here, and this time for the show button, let's write the show or visible. Yes, visible. Let's run and let's see the result. So show height, show and height. It's working perfectly. Let's do it with the window and hide the window itself. So then come over here, get inside the hide button and say this, then the visibility equals to what? Equals to visibility hidden, exactly like this one. Now if I run, I can see the amazing and great result. So let's come over here and click on the height. Wow, what happened? Currently my application is running, and you can see the stop button over here. It means application is running, but I can't see my window because it is hidden and invisible. If I come to the task manager here, then inside the Visual Studio itself, and scroll down, and this is the phone book indeed. The phone book is running currently, and we can see it over here. And if I stop that, it's gone. Now I can't see it anymore because I stopped the application. So let's come over here and let's comment this line out for better results. Well done. Now we learned how to show and hide the elements, including the window or other elements. And don't forget, we can use the visibility to any other element that has the visibility. For instance, to the button, if I take a look and get inside the appearance, it has the visibility. Then come to the label, and it has the visibility. Then the text box, and it has the visibility property. So we can use the show and hide for all of this individually. Thanks, and thanks goodness. Hi, welcome. In this video, I want to show you how to easily start working with the margins in the WPF to control the size and location of the elements on the window. So let's take it. To speed up my tutorial, I added the margins window over here. So it is like this. It has only the grid inside it, and I haven't anything inside the grid. So come to the toolbox and select the button and drag and drop on the grid. Now I have the simple grid that hasn't any property, then the button. If I select the button, as you see over here, I have two numbers. The first one, the horizontal number, and the vertical number. We call the horizontal number the left margin. What is the margin? The margin is the space between the border of the control to the border of the parent. In this example, the border of the margin, because the button is the child of the grid, and we can see it over here. The button is the child of the grid. And also the space between the top border, if I take a look, and the top border of the grid. So we call this one as the top margin and this one as the left margin. So by using the top and left margin, we can identify the location of the button. We call it, and we can see it over here. If I take a look, great, and also over here. As you see over here, I haven't any width and height property because the width and height property of the button is automatic, and you can see it over here. The width is auto and the height is auto and will be calculated based on the text inside the button or based on the content in it. And also based on the selected margin over here, I have the horizontal alignment to the left. It means we have the left margin, and also we have the vertical alignment to the top. It means we have the top margin. And if I take a deeper look here, I have the chain, and this is the connected chain here and also here. And as I mentioned, the connected chain over here means that we have the top margin, and over here means that we have the left margin, and as the result we have the horizontal alignment to the left, then the vertical alignment to the top. In this example, if I select the window itself and resize it, the location and size of the button is fixed and didn't change. Why? Because we have only the left and top margin, and the size of the button is calculated automatically. But we can add all the margins. Indeed, we have up to 4 margins. If I come over here and take a look at the layout, we have the left, the top, right, and bottom margin. Currently, the right and the bottom margin are 0. So if I take a look over here, the chain is disconnected, and it means the margin is not assigned over here, and it is 0. And also for the bottom, the chain is disconnected, so it means it is the 0 margin. Now if I come over here and connect this margin, then the right margin is added over here. Now I have a 2 horizontal margin, the left margin and also the right margin. In this example, if I select the window, so if I resize it, the button is changing, and the width of button is changing based on the width of my window. Why? Because we have 2 margins, for the left, for the right, and for the left. It means we have the fixed number for the left margin and fixed number for the right margin. As the result, by resizing the width of the button will be automatically changed to get access to the margins for the right and the left. So the result is like this. If I select this, great. Now it's resizing. And also we have this similar matter. And if I select this, currently I have the top margin. And if I take a look, this is disconnected bottom margin. As the result, the bottom margin is 0 over here. Let's connect this, and great. Now I have 4 margins, and the result is something like this. Resizing in the height and the width based on the width and height of the window itself. And if I take a look over here, I haven't any kind of the vertical or horizontal alignment. Instead of that, I have the margin in 4 directions: the left, the top, the right, and the bottom. So if I come over here, and in this example, disconnect this side. So this is, after disconnecting, I have only the right margin. So the horizontal alignment changed to the right. Why? Because I have the right margin over here and it is connected. In this example, if I select the window and resize it, then the button is moving because I have the fixed right margin like this. And after that, if I come over here and disconnect this side, the top side indeed, now I have the bottom margin and you can see the results over here. So in this example, if I resize the window, then it's moving in the height and in the width. Or if I select this one, it's moving in both directions, vertically and horizontally. And this is the power of the margin. So if I take a look over here, now I have the width and height and also the vertical alignment to the button, vertical alignment to the button, to this one because it's connected margin, horizontal alignment to the right because it is connected to the right side. Also, we can come to the properties, and here I have the horizontal alignment. You can see it over here, or vertical alignment. You can select, for instance, to the right side, to the left side like this, or to the top side like this. So let's come over here, and also we have the center here and here. So this is the center and center. Now let's come over here and select this and connect this one and also this one. Now if I resize it, nothing happened to my button. Well done. Now we learned more about the margin to control the location and width of the elements on the window. So open up your project and start working with the margin in your project. Thanks and thanks goodness. Hi, welcome. In this video, I want to show you how to easily start working with the margins to automatically resize the elements on your window. So let's begin. Till now, we talked about how to work with the margins and also many other great and amazing tips. In addition, we have created the add data or the phone book window, something like this, starting from the ID up to the comment. Currently, if I select the window and come to the window and resize it, nothing happened to the size of the elements. But it's a really great idea to resize these elements while resizing the main window. To do that, we need to use the margin. Previously, we talked about this matter. If you take a look over here at the adorner or the icon of the margin, it is disconnected. So we need to connect that, and this is. So the right margin is connected and also the left margin is connected. Now if I select the window itself and resize it like this, it's resizing with the window. It means we need to repeat these steps for the remaining items. But don't forget to connect the left margin also. So the left and right margin, both of these should be connected. And the next one and the next one for the combo box. As I mentioned, the margin is the common property between different elements. So we can use it for the combo box also. Now come over here, select this, this, and after that, this one, this, and finally this item. Now if I select the window itself, this is the window, and resize it. All of the elements are resizing by the window. And after this matter, we can come over here and let's select all of these options. Then right click over here. And after that, we have the align. Let's align to the left edge like this, easily and quickly for aligning better and for better appearance. Now it's time to work with the button. At the beginning, let's select it and connect the right margin like this. As I said, the right margin is added over here. This is the right margin to the bottom, and this is the left, the top, the right margin. So let's see the result. Come here, select the window itself and resize it. So it's working perfectly. But if I make some changes in the height like this, it's a really great idea to move the button to the bottom of the window while resizing it. So let's come over here and select this one. As I mentioned previously, if you wanna move the elements, don't hesitate to connect the button margin like this. Now if I select the window itself one more time and resize it, as you see the button is resizing, but it's not really a great idea. So let's select the button itself like this and disconnect the top margin like this. Disconnect that and connect the bottom margin like this. Now everything will be great and amazing after resizing the window like this. And also if I select this and resize it, it's working perfectly. Well done. Now we learned how to use the margins in the practical and real world project. So it's a really great idea opening up your project and start using the margins inside your phone book window. Thanks and thanks goodness. Hi there, in this video I want to take a deeper look into the horizontal alignment and also vertical alignment. Now let's begin. Firstly, we talked about the margin and how we can work with it. In addition, we have another parameters and it is the horizontal alignment or the vertical alignment. For better understanding, if I come to the toolbox and select the button, put it over here and move it to this one at exactly over here at the top corner left side over here exactly. And don't forget to connect this margin and also the top margin, left and top margin. Come over here and put it at the top left side. Now come to the properties and here I have the horizontal alignment. You can come to this. By default it is the left side, then the center, then the right, and finally a stretch like this. So the right, center, and the left. And also if I take a look over here, I have the vertical alignment, the top, the center, the bottom, and the stretch like this. So come over here and let's select next. For instance, come to this or this side or this side, the entire grid. Or even come over here and come to this to set it at the center of the window. But if I take a look over here, and this is the result. If I take a look, don't assign any width to this button before working with the stretch one. So if I take a look, for instance, come over here, come to this side and the top exactly over here. If I change the width, for instance, up to here, then the center works, the left, the center, and the right. And currently I have the width up to 76. But if I take a look, now it won't work. Why? Because we need to delete the width before stretching it. And it's very simple. Just come over here, I select the width and delete that easily and quickly. Now it's stretched and filled horizontally completely. Okay, I enjoyed a lot. Now I learned more about how to work with the horizontal and vertical alignment. Thanks and thanks goodness. Hi, welcome. In this section, I'm going to show you how to easily start working with the image element. Then I'll show you how to write the C# code for loading the image and also changing the fill and the zoom effect. So from scratch, I'll talk about the most common properties of the image control, and this is the result. Then after learning it, I'll show you how to change the zoom and the fill method of the image like this. And after that, I'm going to show you how to work with the open file dialog to show the open file dialog to your user. Then your user can select the image and load it into the image element. During this section, you're going to learn many great tips and tricks for working with the image and open file dialog. While you're waiting, let's get started. Hi, welcome. In this video, I want to show you how to easily start working with the image elements in the WPF. So let's do it. Before doing anything, let's take a look at the usage of the image. If I take a look in the help, then the about in the Visual Studio, or here I have the logo of the Visual Studio. And also if I get inside the next application, and it is the other city. In the help, I have the about. So I have another image over here. Or even if I get inside the control panel of the Windows, here I have the mouse. If I click on it, so I have the image here and here. And if I get inside the pointers, the image is over here and here up to the end. All of these are the images. And also in the wheel, I have two other images. So the image is one of the most common elements between the programmers for creating the great and amazing application. So let's do it in our project. Come over here to SDI tutorial. I added the new window and its name is image.xaml. And also I have changed the startup window and it is the image, exactly the new image window. So everything is ready for me. Come over here and get inside the toolbox over here. And let's authorize this one. And before doing anything, let's add the panel over here. Instead of the panel, we can use the rectangle. So I have the rectangle over here. And this is, I want to put my buttons inside the rectangle for better appearance and put it up to here. Great and amazing. Come to the properties and get inside the fill, and it is no brush. Come to this one and set it to something like the gray or this one. Now I can put my buttons inside this. For instance, this is my first button. I can put it inside it, or I can put all the buttons. Later I'll show you how to add the appropriate buttons at the top. So come over here, and if I take a look here, I have the image, drag and drop over here on the window and put it at the top left over here, exactly. Now let's come over here and resize it. And you know what, I want to resize the image while resizing the window. So as I mentioned previously, don't hesitate to connect the right border, right margin, and this is. And also I want to change the height of the image while resizing the height of window. So connect this border or the margin. Now if I resize it up to here, and great, and also up to here. So now it's better to take a look at the example. I have the rectangle over here, and you're going to see the rectangle. I have the button and also the image. And there is a really interesting note. If I take a look, the rectangle is over here, but my button is not inside the rectangle. It is beside the rectangle because the rectangle is not the panel or grouping control and the element. Now come over here, and this is my image. If I select that, I have the smart tag here. So if I click on this, now I can get access to the most common properties of the image. Indeed, these three items are the most common properties of the image. So you can use the smart tag here or come to the properties and get access to the same properties. Here I have all the available properties for my image. Now if I take a look inside the common category, over here I have the source of the image. I need to select the image source. Now come over here and come to this one and it over here. I have 3 images from my previous tutorials. So let's copy this and come to the project, get inside the Solution Explorer, inside the data pics. I can paste the images over here. And if you can't paste the images like me, you can right click over here, add existing item, and set this one to all files and select your images easily and quickly. Now I have 3 images, so this is my image control, and I can come over here inside the source. So let's select one of the images. It is inside the data pics, and for instance this one. Wow, it's done. Now my image is available over here for me. In addition, I have another really important property, and it is the stretch mode. By default, it is uniform. In the uniform, the aspect ratio of the image will be reserved. So I have some free spaces over here and here based on my image. And if I change the image, for instance, to the 5, so it has the smallest space over here. And also if I take a look the next one, it is something like this space here and also here. So in the uniform, the aspect ratio of the image will be the same like the original one. And the next one is the fill. The fill is something like the stretch. So the aspect ratio of the image is not reserved over here in the fill. So if I take a look, the uniform and the fill, and if I change the image to the 6 like this, now it is filled, and it is filled entirely inside my image control. And if I set it to the uniform, this is the correct aspect ratio of the image. In addition, I have another one, and it is the uniform to fill. It has some kind of the special effect on the image. Now, if I select my window and resize it, so my image is resizing, but my rectangle is not resizing. So I can come over here, let's put it up to this one, select this, and connect the right margin like this. Now if I come over here and resize it, also I need to connect this border. Firstly, we talked about this matters, so let's select this and connect the left border like this, so it's connected. Now if I select the window, so it's resizing entirely and correctly. So this is a kind of a special effect on my image. And also if I take a look, come to the image, this is my image, come to the properties, and the most common is the uniform because the aspect ratio is reserved. It is something like the zoom. And also I have the fill that is a stretch like this, a stretch fill uniform. After changing the image, I can see the spaces over here. For instance, let's select the next one. Now I have some space over here at the top and here, and also this is some space here at the top and over here. So based on the image size, the free spaces will be changed to keep the aspect ratio in the uniform method. And if I take a look, the next one is the fill, the stretch, and uniform to fill, adding some kind of the special effect. Well done. Now let's run the application and let's see the results. Also, before running the application, it's a really great idea to rebuild the project. So let's be patient, and everything is rebuilding and it's done. Now if I run the application, I can see the amazing and great result. So my image is over here. Wow, what happened? I can't see my image. If you wanna fix this error, previously we talked about the solution. The solution is really simple and straightforward. Come over here, come to this one and select the image, come to the properties, build action and the copy. Set it copy if newer, and also this one as the content like this. And also go to the next one, number 5, set this property to copy if newer, and also this one as the content. And also the last one, this is, and if I take a look, copy if newer, and also the content. So let's save everything, and if I run, I can see the amazing and great result. You know what? If you want to be successful and professional programmer, you should be genius and try to solve the problems step by step. So if I resize it, this is, and I can easily resize it really like this one. So come over here, come to the properties one more time, and this is the image. Select the image itself, come to the properties over here, and currently it is uniform to fill. Let's set it to the uniform and run the application, and let's see the result. So it's done. Now I have free space over here and here in this size. So if I resize it like this and this, and it is a kind of zooming. And also if I take a look in the output folder, come over here and open containing folder, get inside the bin, debug, and this is also, I have the data folder, and inside it I have the pics of the number 5, number 4, 5, 6, and also my icon, exactly like the project. So I can see the image in the final application. And if I take a look, previously we talked about this matter. And if I run the application, this is my phone book application. If I wanna use the images inside the project, I need to copy these images inside the executable file. So it is inside the data folder. This is the data folder. Then inside the data folder, I have the pics, and the remaining items over here. And all of these images. Hold on, now we learned how to work with the image in the WPF. But in the next step, let's set it back and undo. And in the next step, it's time to work with the image by the C# code. It's time consuming, so let's talk about it in the upcoming tutorial. Go ahead and open up your project and start adding the image to your WPF project. Thanks and thanks goodness. Hi, welcome. In this video, I want to show you how to easily write the C# code to load the image inside the image element, and also how to write the C# code to change the fill and the zoom of the image element. So let's take it. First, we talked about how to start working with the image control. In addition, let's do it with the C# code. To start my tutorial, I added these buttons. The first one is for loading, then the fill and the zoom. So don't hesitate to assign the appropriate name for your elements. This is my load button or load bot. The next one is fill bot, and the next one is zoom bot. Also, I have changed the name of my image, and it is my image. Now let's do it in the action cover here and select my button, double click on it. Now I have the load button click event, and it's time to write the C# code. Before doing anything, I need to get the my image. So let's write my image. This is not important and is optional, so you can skip it or like me use it for faster accessing to the name of the elements. Then the source, if I take a look in the image over here, so this is my image. As I mentioned previously, we have this source, the source of the image or the location of the image. I want to change it. So I'll come over here and one more time, let's write the source equals to the new bitmap image. This is the new bitmap image. Inside the bitmap image, I have 3 different overloads, and the most common is this one, and it needs only one parameter, and it is the URI, or the location of the image. So I'll come over here and come to this one and define the new URI and URI and name it, for instance, image location or img path, and let's write equals and create the new instance of the URI and assign the path over here. It needs only one parameter, and it is a string or the location of the image, and this is the string. So let's come over here. Great. Now I have the image path and it is the URI. So I can use it exactly over here and say img. Don't forget to add the semicolon at the end of the code. So the next step is assigning the location of my image over here. It is a string. So I can come over here. Suppose I want to load the images from here, these images. I can go over here, open folder in Explorer, and here. Let's copy this part and come over here. And let's define the string and name it, for instance, file path or fn file name. Then assign the value to that, fn equals to this. So if I take a look, this is my fn. And don't forget to add double backslashes as the separator of your path, exactly like this. Now I have the fn and it is a string and it's time to use it. So I have the fn over here. Let's add some comments here for better coding. And also let's come over here and instead of this part, let's write the fn. Now I have the fn and it is the location of my pics. But I need to assign the exact file name. Suppose I want to load the number 5, this one. So it is 5.jpg. So don't forget to add double backslashes 5.jpg. Exactly like this with the extension. Don't forget to add the extension. It's a really important matter. Then I have the fn and I want to create the URI and assign it to the bitmap image. Then assign the bitmap to the source property of the image and everything will be done. Now let's run the application. Before that, rebuild to prevent any unexpected errors in the future. Also, I can add the breakpoint over here. Now let's run and let's see the result. So this is, click on the load. I have the fn, currently it is null or nothing. And if I go to the next line using this button or F10, and now I have the fn and it has the value to the number 5.jpg. Then create the URI and assign it to this one. So it's done, and if I continue, I can see the new image is loaded over here. Wow, it's really great and amazing. And in the next step, I can change. For instance, I can come over here and change this one to number 6, like this. If I run, I can see the amazing and great result. So let's come over here and click on this button. And this time, it is exactly like previous one. And I have the 6.jpg. And if I continue, I can see the image over here. In the next step, it's a really great idea to write the C# code for fill and zoom. If I take a look over here in the image and come over here come to the properties. Here I have the common, and inside it I have the stretch. I need to assign the stretch, and it is the uniform, none, fill, and uniform to fill. The most common is fill and uniform. So this is the fill. And don't forget to assign the name for that. This is my fill, and its name is, if I take a look, fill button. So double click on it. Great. Now in the next step, it's time to use this part, the image up to here indeed, and add dot and the stretch. So this is the stretch, and its type is system Windows controls image stretch equals, and if I press the tab key, so it will automatically done. Now this is the fill button, and this is the fill. And also if I hover on the stretch, its complete name is system Windows media.stretch, and currently I have imported the system Windows media, so we don't need to write this part anymore, and we can directly work with the items inside it. So it is the stretch fill. Now let's go over here, come to this and the zoom. So this is the zoom, the same code over here up to here. Instead of the fill, I can easily write the next. If I add the dot one more time, I have the fill, none up to the end. As I mentioned previously, the uniform is something like the zoom. So this is the uniform. Now if I run, I can see the amazing and great result. This patient. So this is fill and the zoom. Fill, zoom. Also, I can use the fill, the zoom easily and quickly. Now let's develop our application and write the C# code to load the images exactly from the application folder. Currently, the file path is the fixed one, and it is something like this. But if I want to run this project in other computer, it won't work because we haven't such file in another computer. Instead of that, we can come over here and open containing folder, get inside the bin or binary debug, and this is the location of my executable file. I can get this path by the C# code, then add the data, then the pics, and my image name, then load the image. In this situation, if you move your project in all the computers, it will work perfectly. So come over here and come to this one, and here I have the file name, and let's come to this and easily comment it for later using, and say fn equals by system app domain dot the current domain. This is the current domain or current application dot, and if I take a look, I have all of these for working with the current application. My favorite one is the base directory. The base directory is a string, so I can assign it to the fn. Now for better understanding, if I add the breakpoint over here, you know what, using the breakpoint is really great idea for deeper understanding of the codes. So don't hesitate to use it everywhere that you need it. This is the load. Currently fn is null. You can see the fn is null. Now go to the next line, or f10. So my fn is something like this, up to the .NET, up to here, exactly my current location. And if I take a look over here, it is exactly this one, and up to here indeed, this folder. And also for better understanding, let's click over here, and as you see, I have the backslash at the end, so I don't need to add it anymore. Come over here and come to this one and say fn and plus double quotations data. I want to add the data, then the pics, then the image name. Suppose I want to work with the image 6. So this is the image 6 and its name is 6.jpg. So it is the 6.jpg and add it to the base directory, and this is then loaded up to here. Now stop and run the application one more time. But before that, I can add the breakpoint over here for deeper understanding of the codes. Click over here. Now if I take a look, and up to here is the location of my executable file. I have the 2 backslashes over here. As I mentioned previously, by default, I have the backslash, so I don't need to add it over here before the data. You can easily remove that like this, stop and run it one more time. Well done. Now click load, and as you see over here, I have the correct up to the debug up to here, then the data, pics, and 6. And if I continue, let's continue. So it's loaded successfully. This is the fill and the zoom. Now we learned how to write the C# code for loading the image. And currently I'm using the image from the application folder. So if I take a look over here, this is my application folder. Inside the data, I have the pics folder. So I'm gonna load this image. Now let's delete that or rename it easily. And like this, add a space to rename this image. And you can see I can't change the image name because it is in use by the phone book by my application. So I can't rename it or I can delete that because it's using. So come over here and stop the application. Now let's come to this and run the application one more time. Now my image 6 is not loaded because I didn't click on this. In this step, I can get access to this image and rename it. So let's try 61.jpg. Now if I click on the load, so I got this error. File not found, except you could not find the file over here up to this one. So it means my image is loading from the application folder, and it means I can move my application to any system that I want and load the image correctly. And this is a really tricky note. So come over here and right click onto rename. And if I take a look, it will be working perfectly in the next running. So this is, and it's working, zoom, and congratulations. Everything looks great and amazing. So open up your project and start writing the C# code for loading the image and also assigning the fill and zoom effect to your image. Thanks and thanks goodness. Hi, welcome. In this video, I want to show you how to easily start working with the Open File dialog to select the image by the user. So let's begin. Till now, we talked about how to write something like this great and amazing project. In addition, if I take a look and open up the Paint, for instance, or other image applications, come to the file, and here I have the open. And if I click on the open, then I have the Open File dialog. We call this as the Open File dialog that has the title at the top, and I can get access to my folders and drives, and also I have some other filters here. Then the selected file name over here, then open to open the image easily and quickly. So let's add something like this to our project. Come over here and come to this one. Before doing anything, we need to add the button. So this is the button, copy and paste it over here. So come over here, select this and move it, for instance, up to here. Now click over here, or you can use the properties window and name it browse. So this is my browse button, and if I come to the properties, here I have the browse button or browse button. Now if I double click on this, as you see, we have the load button click event. Why? Because I copied the button. So if I take a look, this is the browse button, and the click event is for the load button click event. You can easily come over here, select this, and one more time, like this, and delete that, press space, or sometimes control space. I have two options. First, I can create the new event handler, or select one of these. Let's create the new event handler. So it's created automatically. Now if I get inside the image, so my browse button click is generated automatically over here. Let's add the Microsoft. I want to work with the Microsoft, then the Win32, add dots and open file dialog. This is the open file dialog. You know what? If you wanna get access to the tools and features of the Windows, then use the Microsoft Win32 and you can get access to all of this from scratch. So I want to work with the open file dialog like this and name it open file dialog OFD and create the new instance of it. And this is, don't forget to add the parentheses and the semicolon. Now I have the OFD or open file dialog. In the next step, it's time to assign the title for that. So this is the title, and select your image. Select your image. And this is, if I hover on the title, as you see, its type is a string and it is get or set. So we can assign the string or we can get the string of the title. Now I want to assign the string to the title. And in the next step, it's time to show it. So OFD show easily and quickly. I have the show dialog because it is dialog and the tab key on your keyboard. Now let's save everything. And if I run, I can see the amazing and great result. Well done. Now I have the browse button over here. And if I click on it, wow, what happens? Select your image, the title, and I can get access to the documents and any images. But I haven't any filter over here. Suppose I wanna filter the files over here, or even how to get the file name. All of these are time consuming, so I'm gonna talk about them in the upcoming tutorials. No worries and no problem. So we did it. Now we learned how to show the open file dialog to the user. And in the next step, if I put it a little bit here, great. And in the next step, it's your turn. So go ahead and open up your project and add the open file dialog to that. And stay with me with my upcoming tutorial. Thanks and thanks goodness. Hi, welcome. In this video, I want to show you how to easily write the C# code to show the selected image by user inside the image element. Now let's begin. First, we talked about how to show the open file dialog. And for speed up my tutorial, I added this text box here and also moved the buttons here and this over here. This is the text box, and if I take a look, its name is file name text box. I want to show the selected file name over here in this text box. Then load the image over here. So its name is file name text box, and the text property of it is nothing. This is a really important matter. Now let's come over here, click on the browse, and after showing it, we can easily say OFD or open file dialog file name. The file name is the selected file by the user. Its type is a string, and also it is get or set, so we can read the value or assign the value to it. This is the file name. I want to show it in the text box, so let's write this, the text box. This is the file name text box. Which property? The text property equals to the file name. And if I run, I can see the amazing and great result. Let's be patient. So come to the browse and select, for instance, 4.jpg. So it's selected and browse. This time let's select the cancel. So it is nothing over here. In the next step, it's time to write the C# code to load the image. First, we talked about the load button and how to write the code to load the image. But the image that exists in the application folder. So the fn then creates the URI and load it. Indeed, I'm over here. If I take a look, click on the load button. Now my image file name is inside the text property of the text box. I can get that. So I'll come over here. This is the fn, and I can easily say the fn equals to this, and the text box dot text. Which property? The text property. So the text property is a string, and also the fn is a string. You can assign the selected file to the fn. Now let's add some comment here. And the next step is really great idea to add the if structure to check if the file name is empty or not. So if I write if, and after that if what? If fn equals nothing, then show the message to the user. And this is the message box, show and say file name is empty. Also, I can add the else structure and cut this and paste it over here. So if the file name is a string and it's nothing, then show the message box to the user. And if the fn is not nothing, then create the URI and load the image. Now if I run, I can see the amazing and great result. Also, I can add the breakpoint over here. You know what, using the breakpoint is a really great idea to fix the errors. So this is the browse, and let's select this and load. Now my fn is this one. Indeed, if I take a look at this, let's close this one. So it is number 4.jpg, and the fn is not nothing. So jump to the else and run the codes for loading the image, and the result is like this. And also if I come over here, come to this time, let's don't select the image and it is nothing, and load it. So the fn is nothing this time, and the message box is this. The file name is empty, easily and quickly. So the result is nothing. Now let's come over here and select an image, for instance number 5, and load it. It's working perfectly. In addition, if I take a look, currently my open file dialog hasn't any filter and it is completely unprotected. So I can select, for instance, the other file and load. Then I have this error, no imaging component was found. It means we need to add the filter to prevent such errors. It's time consuming, so let's talk about it in the upcoming tutorial. Go ahead and open up your project and start loading your image by the C#, and stay with me with my upcoming tutorial. Thanks, and thanks goodness. Hi, welcome. In this video, I want to show you how to easily start assigning and adding the filter to the open file dialog and limit the extensions for loading. Now let's begin. For better understanding, if I take a look in the Paint and come over here, come to the file and open. As you see over here, I have the combo box. We call it the filter combo box. And I can select different image extensions. For instance, the bitmap, the GIF, the PNG up to the end. By using this one, I can easily limit the number of available and number of valid extensions for my application. So let's use it in our project. Come over here and come to this one. And before showing the open file dialog inlet over here and come to this, before showing it, I need to assign the filter OFD open file dialog dot filter. As you see, the filter type is a string and it is get or set. So we can get the value and you can assign the value to it. This is the filter equals to this. Equals to this because it is a string. Now let's talk more about the filters. If I take a look in the Google, let's open up the Google and search open file dialog filter and get inside the Microsoft official website over here and scroll down up to this one. As you see, each filter has two main parts. The first one is the description or the name of filter. This is only the text and is not important matter. Then I have the vertical bar. You can see the vertical bar over here. If I zoom, yes, it looks better now. Then I have the vertical bar over here and the filter that we want to apply. So the asterisk.txt means any file with the txt extension. And the next one is the all files. This is the second one. So this is the text or the title of the filter and the filter itself. Asterisk.asterisk means any file, any type of the file. So let's start working with this and come over here. Great. At the beginning, I wanna show, for instance, the JPG. So let's write JPG files. This is the text, so it's not important matter. Then add the vertical bar. And after that, the asterisk dot jpg. So it means hello open file dialog, please show this to user and assign this filter to that and filter any files with the extension jpg. So if I run, I can see the amazing and great result. Now let's browse. So the new combo box is added over here and I can only see the JPG files. 1, 2, and 3 JPG files over here easily and quickly. So this is the text and the filter itself is in the back behind. And you can see the result like this. And after that, we can add another filter. The method is like the first one, add another vertical bar and write the name for the filter. For instance, JPG and PNG files. This is the name, JPG and PNG files. Let's set this to here. Great. JPG and PNG file, or I can use ampersand like this, JPG and PNG files, and add some parentheses like this. Then add the vertical bar and the type. But currently I want to filter two types, the JPG and the PNG. To do that, let's open up the Google. And as you see, if you want to add more than one filter, so the BMP, JPG, GIF, you need to write the filters and separate them with the semicolon. So the asterisk.bmp, semicolon, asterisk.jpg, semicolon, asterisk.gif. And this is the result. Now come over here and let's write the asterisk.jpg. then the semicolon, and write the second one, asterisk.png. And don't forget, never use asterisk.asterisk or all files, because we need to show only the image files, not any files. So come over here, and this is the result. Let's run and let's see the amazing and great miracle. So come over here, click the browse. Now I have the combo box with two filters, the JPG, and the next one is JPG and PNG files. Both of this easily and quickly. So I have this one, and if I get inside my, for instance, documents, and change the extension, for instance, this one to PNG. PNG. Yes, great. I'm changing the PNG and extension to PNG for checking it over here. Indeed, in the reality, the extension is the JPG, not the PNG. So if I take a look over here and select the first one, I have two files, 4 and 5. And if I select the second one, I have 3 files, JPG and PNG. Well done. Now we learned many great tips and tricks about the filter. The filter is really important, especially when you wanna show the image to your user. Well, now my project is accomplished successfully, and we learned many great tips and tricks about the image, about loading the image, checking the file name, and so on. So open up your project and complete your application like me. Thanks and thanks goodness.